Hello. So many things that we need to talk about today. Can you believe? Hello. Oh my god. So many things that we need to talk. Echo. Got rid of it. Thank God. What a voice. What a voice. Hello, fake Alec Kyle Parker. We're gonna change this. Whoops. We're gonna change this now. And now we have everything. As you can see, well, you cannot see. Actually, you cannot see. I wanted to tell you that as you can see, there's a Diablo 4 on the screen. There should be. Where is it? I was just here. Wait. What the hell? There you go. Where's the Diablo? Oh my gosh, I swear it was here before. Yeah, we'll get it sorted, don't worry. It's good. Your hair is good. It's not an ugly photo. Have you not seen my face? That is the ugly face. It's true. I'm telling you, there's so many things happening today. Oh, I don't know. I don't think the first one was ugly either. It was like a more expressive. Well, both are expressive. You just had longer hair. Your hair was longer. You know? Your hair was longer. You know what I mean? Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna add a new one. Game capture. Okay, it was working before. I'm gonna restart the thing. I don't know why it's not working now. It was hideous besides have this have that. What? What do you mean? Why are you being so mean to yourself? Why are you being mean to yourself? Oh yeah, of course. I need to. Is the page in the description? Okay, fake Alec Kyle Parker. I'm gonna do a whole. Oh, it is here. Oh my gosh. Look. Diablo is here. Alright, we're gonna do a whole campaign on Discord, not on Twitter, on Discord. All right. What do you think? Here you go. Because I took the picture because I thought it was funny. Oh. Burp. What do you think of Diablo? I think your new haircut is nice. I have to make your profile picture maybe on stream. Who knows? Customize. There you go. Hair. Oh. Oh, maybe this one. Maybe 2. Yeah, we're going with 2. Okay, we're going with 2. No accessories. We're not doing hardcore this time. We're going to beat the game at least once without... I guess just Lucy it is. Less guidance. Veteran 2. Alright. Midway. Oh, okay. Now the short picture is the one I like. Yeah, your new hair, right? The short hair is your new hair. My goodness.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind.
It's true, it was never meant for humankind.
From the war between
True.
the heavens and the burning hells,
And the low hells.
it became a new battleground in this attack.
Hello, Billy Portley. We have so much things to talk about.
Has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
Of humanity's downfall. Oh no. We will downfall. Horse. It's a crow and a horse. Wow. This is the full game, you know? Can you believe? Are you not in shock? Okay. Look at this. Maybe it'll happen differently now than in the not full version. Wait. No, I think I'm okay. I thought that maybe I was taking up too much space of the screen. Am I too big on the screen? What do you think? Should I make myself smaller? Lucy Grunt. Lucy Grunt. So annoying. Doogie, hello, look. You're gonna be doing Diablo 4. We're going to be talking about Russia again. And how the UN is so... Wow. Russia commits the biggest genocide in the war yet. UN's reaction, let's have a Russian language day. I don't even know what to say anymore, you know? What do you even say to that? To the fact that There's a that they didn't, like, even if it was planned, I'm sorry, they could have canceled. They should have canceled the Russian language day on the day when Russia committed the biggest genocide and ecocide yet. Like, come on. Yeah, literally. And the worst thing is, this has not happened for the first time. And I'm really saddened by the fact that even some Ukrainians don't seem to know that this has not happened for the first time. I just saw a video on Twitter of a Ukrainian person saying that the dam was built in the 50s and caused a huge ecological disaster then, and now Russia destroyed it, causing another ecological disaster. Well, the truth is, the dam has been built in the 20s, between 27 and 30 something, and then Stalin, during the war, blew it up. Yes, that's right. Today's events happened before. During World War II, Stalin detonated the dam again without warning anybody, killing. The higher estimates are that 120,000 people died when Stalin decided to detonate the dam. And now Russia decided, wow, we did it before, we have to do it again. So the dam was actually not built in the 50s. It was rebuilt in the 50s, you see, because it was detonated during World War II. Like, I don't even know what to say to something like this, you know? In my opinion, the dam thing is basically like using a nuke without using a nuke, if that makes sense, you know? Turning a dam into a weapon of mass destruction. But I want to dedicate a more focused, more dedicated segment to talking about the dam thing, because it's just and of course I will be talking. I have confirmation that we might be having a talk with Anna either on Friday or Saturday, and I for sure will be talking about these topics with Anna. I want to put some topics to rest. I want to put to rest dishonest Russia shill goons trying to weaponize UPA and Polish people being killed by UPA to, you know, I want to go into the complicated history, which shows that things were not as simple as people seem to believe they were. Yes, she is. She is.
Demons everywhere. Fangs in the dark.
She is. Because the person is from the region, I am not going to correct the person, right? Because it's meaningless to correct person on a thing like that. It's just it makes no difference, because for the current situation, in reality, it makes no difference if the dam was rebuilt in the 50s or if it was built in the 50s. Of course, hello Dexmix, and of course hello Karasu. Of course, from my perspective, it is important to know that this strategy was already done by Russia before, during World War II. You know, that this is not the first time that Russia is playing genocide on a large scale in Ukraine, you know? So, like, I think we will need. Of course, we've already discussed it a bit with Anna in the DMs. Anna, yeah. Oh no, we talked today. Today, Anna. More or less, yeah. Today, Anna told me that we probably will talk on Friday, or yeah. We'll be talking on about the history because yeah, she's okay. Yeah, we've talked today. We'll be addressing the history because it gets weaponized by pro-Russian people, in my opinion, and it's like it's a let's treat it as a bit of a preview. Anastasia does, it's a matter of we'll just wait for the talk. Okay, we'll talk about it, but I think her perspective on the thing is very sound, very understandable, very historically accurate, in my opinion. Some Polish historians were accused of being UPA apologists for having a less black and white view of the situation, so.
What's it to you?
Oswin, hush! I'm sorry, Wanderer. You've come at a difficult time. This madman just stumbled into town and started causing...
My goodness. But today we talk about the dam because that's gonna be a big topic.
Ruins? What is he talking about?
Come, I'll explain.
Why don't I have the accent, the Eastern European accent?
Staring in the ruins to the north. That poor monk back there must have gone inside. Even a holy man like him was driven mad by whatever he saw.
I see.
Could you protect us from whatever is out there?
I could try.
Nowhere else to turn.
There is evil lurking in those ruins.
But I know I heard that Russian media did a little announcement of the blowing up of the dam for a time. From what I know, they did not do any warning of the civilians at all. That seems to insist to me they were more likely the one than anything else. Well, it's pretty obvious that Russia did it. That part is pretty obvious, especially since Russia has done it before during World War. As I said, World War II. Abilities. Right, yeah. Well, apparently there's evidence of them bragging about it, so people have posted evidence of Russia bragging about having done it before they started walking it back, True, that is true. And there's actually evidence of Russia actually first bragging about having done it, and then sort of realizing that the amount of destruction is, well, huge. So walking it back and trying to say that actually Ukraine did it.
I'm not ready yet.
Like, Jesus Christ. And it's impossible to say just how many people will die from this. Like, I know Dylan said in a tweet that thousands will be displaced, but I think that's a low estimate, you know? True, yeah. That is true. Well, it's a good class to play. So yeah, keep in mind, in World War II, when Stalin did it, right? The estimate of dead people then. What if there will be a still artillery fire? Yeah. Oh, there is. Yeah. The I can already answer this question. The flooded cities are being shelled. Yes. There's a video of a man looking for survivors and shelling happening. So yes, the answer is there's still shelling happening in the flooded cities. And of course, returning to the point, during World War II, when when the USSR bombed the dam, the estimated deaths were between 20,000 and 120,000, right? And I do believe more people live in that area now than during World War II. This is absolutely a war crime, as civilians can't use shelter against artillery fire due to flooding, of course. Like, I do believe more people live in that area than during World War II, right? What concerns me now is with that kind of malice, I wouldn't put it past them to sabotage any nuclear power plants they could occupy. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. This is directly targeting Ukrainian civilian stuff. Yeah, but the truth is Russia has been doing this for a long time. Russia has been targeting hospitals. Russia has been targeting kindergartens. Russia has been targeting ambulances so that Ukraine is not able to drive the wounded to hospitals. So this has been happening for a long time. And while this is happening, I will stress once again the response of the UN in the face of such a horrendous act of genocide and ecocide is to hold a Russian language day. Like, couldn't they cancel? Really? Could they really not cancel?
I need time to prepare that.
My point is that if they wouldn't be the one blowing up, why would they be shooting people still? Yeah, exactly. Like, this is all smoke and mirrors. So ridiculous. The most ridiculous thing is that there are still people that believe the Russian narrative. Of course, when it comes to history, I have my own. Because I am not a big fan of. Oh. See, I got my spaghetti from my brother. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice. Very thank you, brother, you know? So, I'm not a big fan of nation states, as you might assume, you know? And okay, I have another hot take. Okay, I have another country hot take, okay? You might remember my hot take that a Jewish country should have been created within Poland after World War II. But are you ready for my post-World War One hot take? Are you ready for my hot take after World War One? Boom. You ready? Are you ready for your minds to be blown to smithereens by my hot take? I'm gonna tell you. My hot take is that Poland after World War One should have been not a nation state, but a country of many nations. It should have been a shared space of Polish people, Ukrainians, Belarusians, Lithuanian people, and any other people living in there, you know? Especially depending on how many people lived in there at the time, right? I genuinely believe that Ukrainian should have been basically made in the post-World War One Poland as it existed after World War One. Ukrainian should have been made an equal language to Polish, basically. The country should have been considered a shared space for all of these nations, and um, it should have been reflected in education. It should have been reflected in all of these things. It should have been reflected in representation in the government and all the other things. Do you know what I'm talking about? Do you know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I'm saying? And what do you think? What do you think? My goodness. The food is hot. People are so shocked by my hot take that people are speechless. I can see. I can see that people are speechless. But I can elaborate if necessary. If there's a necessity for elaboration, I will elaborate. It did, but there were actually two conflicting visions when it came to Poland. There was the nationalist concept and there was the federation concept. And the nationalism concept won. But it could have went differently. Which is also a thing that I will talk to Anna about, probably. We had similar debates around and more after 1848, 49 in Hungary. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. And I think because Lisco Sucleus had that idea alive. Like, I do believe that because the nationalist idea won in Poland, Poland treated its citizens, Ukrainian citizens, for example, as secondary. They promised a lot of things and lied about it, and it created growing tension, growing resentment, and it exploded into violence. And I'm gonna be honest, I guess. I'm pretty okay, Surfer Dude. I'm gonna be honest, I cannot blame Ukrainian people from that era for treating Polish people as occupiers or for hating them. Like, I simply cannot, because that is how the situation de facto developed, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? Like, when the federation idea was still on the table, Ukrainian people were promised that the Ukrainian language will be treated equally with Polish, that there would be Ukrainian education in schools, that there would be Ukrainian people were supposed to be co-creating the government with Polish people. It was supposed to be a lot more fair, in my opinion, right? But none of that came to be, you know? I'll be getting much more into that with Anastasia when we talk about with the Hungarian Revolution against Australian, the view of oppressive by Croatians and other minorities as they afraid that the project is preferring one ethnicity above the other. Right. Right. Like, it is impossible for me to view the situation between Poland and Ukraine as it is impossible for me to isolate it and say Yupa and Bandera murdered this and this amount of Polish people, therefore, it's all clear, black and white, and, you know, case closed. Well, no. Actually, no, it was a lot more complicated and went back to the conflict between Polish people and Ukrainian people over the lands of the old Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It went back to the fact that for example, I don't really have an easy answer as to if Lviv should have been in Poland or in Ukraine, right? I personally don't have an easy answer to that, but Lviv was surrounded by many places that were majority Ukrainian. So by incorporating Lviv, Poland also ended up incorporating many places that were just majority Ukrainian. Nationalism is a hell of a drug. Yeah, I know.
I need time to prepare that.
That is why when I hear the slogan that sometimes Polish ultra-nationalists and bigots say, stop the Ukrainization of Poland, I'm gonna be honest. My initial response is, what's wrong with Ukrainianization of Poland? You know? Maybe we should actually give Ukrainian a higher status within Poland if enough Ukrainian people live in Poland, right? A country should serve its people, not people its country. I'm not sure if that came across as well. I'm not sure if you understand what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it is a wonderful thing. Like from my perspective, Poland is not doing enough. The far right Polish government. Like, where are the really important things? Where are the accommodations for children? Where are the schools that teach in Ukrainian? Where is that? Technically, there was a saying in Hungary about Hungarian Jewish in town and counties. Like, and the biggest thing that just makes me want to, how the prison of Jewish shops helped that one can go to shop when Christians were closed on that Sunday. Exactly. That is a great example. And the one thing that just drives me insane when I hear it, and apparently some, oh my gosh, my mouth is burning. And apparently some Christian grandmas, as my mom calls them, say that a lot. They say, oh, the Ukrainian children are being taken care of, but our children are not getting taken care of. And I cannot stand this line of reasoning. I recoil when I hear it. It makes sense. The far right in Poland would say that they are attacking ethnic minorities by calling it Ukrainization. Here the term Islamization of Europe by far the people. Well, the silly thing is that for now the far right government in Poland is still pro-Ukrainian. For now, that might actually change. But what I'm saying is that to me, there are no our children and other children. There are just children. Like, this is ridiculous, right? Oh, our children are not taken care of, but other, for example, Ukrainian children are. We shouldn't be thinking of in those terms, right? If we have a country that has borders, right? Bigots are dumb. Help everyone. Exactly. It's just children. Like, it should be, we must help all children in Poland, be they Polish, Ukrainian, Jewish, Vietnamese, or whatever, right? Like, it shouldn't matter. This is ridiculous. Everybody should feel welcome and at home. And if there are enough people and there is need, accommodations should be made. Yeah, and that would include elevating a status of a language, right? I believe so. That a country should adapt to the people that live in it. If there's a lot of Ukrainian people living in Poland, then of course Ukrainian language should be more pronounced in institutions, in the media, in education, etc., right? Yeah. But what I'm talking about something more. There should be education prepared for Ukrainian children in Ukrainian, especially when the languages are so similar. Yeah, exactly. Like there should be education in Ukrainian for Ukrainian children that are here. Because when they go back home, they should be well educated, you know? It should be like this. During the war, I had to escape to Poland as a child. But you know what? The education in Poland was so greatly prepared that I simply continued there. And now I come back home basically educated as if, you know, as if there were no disruption in my education. I'm sorry, if Iran could have prepared Polish education for children during World War II, for Polish children refugees, then I really don't see why Poland could not be able to prepare Ukrainian education for Ukrainian children in Poland. It's ridiculous that somehow Iran could have pulled it off when it comes to Polish refugees, but somehow the Polish government is having big problems with doing the same for Ukrainian children. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous and worse. My mom told me that our far-right government might become more anti-Ukrainian soon because, and you definitely don't know this, it'll be so much easier and cheaper for Poland to accommodate them. Yeah, of course. And there's a third political force in Poland right now, a looming threat. Because, okay, me, I'm done. With what? What are you done with? What are you done with, fake Alec Kyle Parker? So there's a looming danger in Poland right now. This danger, this looming threat is called the Confederation Party. I'm gonna have to explain this to you a bit. Poland right now is ruled by a far-right party, right? It is extremely bad. It is extremely bad for the LGBT, etc. But there's a party that wants to rule, and it's actually gaining momentum that is worse than the current ruling party. As Mexican American, I can tell you Confederates are always bad. Yeah. It's called the Confederation, the party that I'm talking about. And it runs on the so-called 5 points. Okay. I'm gonna look it up right now because it's ridiculous. I'm gonna translate it. The 5 of the Confederation. Their 5 main slogans. Okay. The 5 points of Confederation. We don't want, and I'm not joking, this is actually the 5 points on which the Confederation runs. we don't want Jewish people, homosexuals, abortion, taxes, and the European Union. That's right. That's right. Yep. Yep. That is the 5 points of the Confederation. We don't want Jewish people, we don't want homosexuals, abortion, taxes, and we don't want the European Union. It is a major red flag, yeah. And you might not know this, but some time ago, the Polish government has banned abortion when a fetus is damaged. So women would be forced to give birth to babies with, for example, half a brain missing. That is an example, right? And it led to a giant women's protest, nationwide women's protest. And during one such protest, a representative of the Confederation Party took the microphone and said the following things. And I'm sure it will sound like some parody. It will sound like something that some villain from a movie would say or some caricature, but it's actually real. The representative of the Confederacja Party took the stage and told the protesting women, "Don't worry. We have the means to kill the child quickly and painlessly once it is born. We have the means to kill the child quickly and painlessly once it is born." Yes, yes, it is on record. It was played on many TV stations. The representative of the Confederation Party saying that yes, yes, it is on record. It is recorded. He was recorded saying that don't worry about giving birth to children with defects. We have the means to kill them painlessly once they are born. It's not a joke. So, sounds like Germany did in the 30s. How can they not see that? Well, they are an extremist super. They are more far right than the current government. By far. They are a lot more far right. And the government is still pro-Ukrainian. It is still firmly, well, it is actually losing its momentum when it comes to supporting Ukraine. But the Confederation Party is absolutely against supporting Ukraine. That should tell you everything that you need to know. That should tell you everything. Madsen keeps saying that the 5 that I read you is just a fragment cut out of context. And the article says, well, let's remind ourselves what Madsen said about the European Union or the LGBT ideology. Oh,
Oh, Barry!
thank you. Thank you for purging the white names. Of course. Of course. Yeah, of course. Krakow 2019, and this is a key player. This is a key. Uh, this is a key player in the Confederacy Party, Metzen. I think he's right now the top honcho in the party. And he said this in 2019. Okay. He said this. This is what you need to do to be effective in politics. The substance is irrelevant. The program is irrelevant. Right? I just remind you that one of the creators, if not the creator of the Confederacy, is Janusz Korwin-Mikke, the famous clown who thinks that women should not be able to vote. Oh yeah, and Confederacy wants to take Poland out of the European Union. Great move, great move. And actually Confederacy also wants to do away with divorce, which is hilarious. So yeah. Also, there's so many things that I need to talk to you about. Yes. Yeah, it's true. Also in Poland, on the 4th of June, there has been this huge march for democracy. An anti-government march. I think over 300,000 people went to march for democracy on the 4th. Because the government wants to implement a law called, well, it is called Lex Tusk. Okay, so the government wants to implement law that would mean that if someone is accused of being a collaborator of Russia, the government would be able to ban them from political life as well as to confiscate their assets. You know what that means, right? Do you know what this means in practice, correct? It means that the government, because there will be a special commission created for that purpose, and that would mean that the government could accuse someone of being a Russian collaborator and eliminate them as a political opposition, and as a bonus confiscate everything they have. So yeah, things are things are happening in Poland. Things are actually happening in Poland. But I really think the most important topic of today is the dam, the genocide, and the awful things committed by Russia to Ukraine. There are many huge topics happening. And it's just... we have to discuss it all. We have to discuss it all. I'm sure we will have a great... I'm worried a bit about the conversation that Anastasia will be having, to be honest. You know? With that person that debated Dylan. Hopefully that person will not be doing anything clownish. You know, a few days ago I had a big argument with a Polish person about Ukraine. I had a huge argument with a Polish person about Ukraine. Yeah, that's true. The Polish person on Twitter called me a bitch, an idiot, and some other things. Well, at least he gendered me correctly. Probably because he just saw the name and didn't realize that I was trans, but because there was an uprising in the 19th century, right? Because of course there's this whole thing. Oh my god, Polish drama. I'm sharing Polish drama with you here right now. There's this whole I'm sure it's wider than just in Poland, but there's this whole narrative about women not wanting to be pregnant, not wanting to have children, right? And it's in Polish, I'm afraid, my argument. And some person wrote, if only the Polish fighters, hello Valhalla, if only the Polish fighters during the January uprising knew that that Poland would be reborn and women would not want to get pregnant, they would be so horrified, you know? And I sort of chimed in because that is an extremely stupid take. So I chimed in by saying smugly, you do know that the January uprising actually called for the creation of... I'm gonna say it in a second once the enemies are dead.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, nice. So I said, you do realize that the January uprising called for the creation of the Polish-Lithuanian, Ruthanian, in brackets, Ukrainian country, right? Oh my god. And the person just went wild on me. I swear, the person just went wild on me and started saying that I'm a bitch, an idiot, that I don't know anything, and I just pulled the Ukrainians out of my ass. You know? You just pulled the Ukrainians out of your ass. And uh, what did he say? You pulled them out of your ass. And what you're saying is the result of the Ukrainophilia that has been going on for the last few years, you know? And I calmly kept responding with, well, history disagrees with you, I'm afraid, because this, and this happened. And the person went even more weirdly aggro, calling me an idiot and a bitch once again, and saying, little shitling, I've been reading about these things when you were still in the crib. I know more about this than you idiot. So I sort of just calmly uh, listed 5 books that I've read about on the subject of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which of course always includes Ukrainian issues as well, and said, "Oh yeah, these books are clearly just a product of the recent years Ukrainophilia, right?" And well, basically, at some point, I just said that the person just has empty insults, doesn't really have anything to say because it was the truth. And I'm noticing that he really isn't saying anything that would demonstrate that anything I said was incorrect. And then he just did not respond anymore. Right? He just didn't have anything to say anymore. So as you can see, extreme, historically illiterate idiots are absolutely present in Poland as well. You would think that a person from Poland would be a little bit more educated on these things, but no. I even calmly asked at some point this person, okay, how do you think Ukrainians emerged, and where do you think Ukrainians came from? And I never got an answer to that. Are you reading them? Have you translated them? Wait, Dugi, do you speak Polish? Dugi, you speak Polish? Wait, I didn't know you spoke Polish unless you're translating them. You are Polish? Oh gosh. So you know, you see, like I wrote about the, I don't know, Karasu, join here to the page. Yeah, Karasu should be in this chat. Like, you understand me, right, Doogie? You understand me, right? Like, I asked calmly, you do understand that the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth almost became the Polish-Lithuanian-Ruthenian Commonwealth. And I'm gonna be honest, Ruthenia, or Rush, is Ukraine in all but name. The Duchy of Ruthenia, Księstwo Ruskie, was Ukraine in all but name. I think we can agree on that, right? That basically Ukraine as a country was already almost created at the end of the 17th century. It's okay. You can stay here, Karasu, it's okay. Whatever makes you comfortable is the best thing. So yeah, this is my opinion, and it's backed by historical fact. Ukraine almost became its own country almost at the end of the 17th century, yeah. But Russia invaded and did not let that happen. Hello, Palm Dad. So saying that I'm pulling Ukrainians out of my ass is just... People should just read more. Why can't people just read more? You know? Reading does not hurt. It is actually very... It's actually a very crucial thing that we all should do to understand one another better. Like, come on, I expect such takes from Russians, not from Polish people, that Ukrainians did not exist. I expect brain deaths like this from Russians, not from people in Poland, but it hurts their tiny brains. Like, the weirdest thing is that the person kept saying that he knows far more than I on the topic, but never demonstrated it in any way. In any way in the slightest. Like... And Doogie will sort of attest to the fact that I was very patient and civil, all things considered, considering the sort of responses that the person dished out at me. You know? Simply unbelievable. Simply unreal. The reason I don't read is it gets boring and something, to be honest, aren't worth reading. Plus, I've lost a lot of the enjoyment I used to have with a lot of things I used to, including reading more than likely have to do with my mental illness. Well, you know,
I need time to...
I think President Sunday gave one of the best advice when it comes to reading, you know? I think President Sunday gave... thank you. I think President Sunday gave... I actually never blocked that person, by the way. For the record, I actually never blocked this person. The person just stopped responding. President Sunday gave a really good advice to a person that said I have issues with reading. He said, you know, you can read 1 or 2 or 3 pages per day, and before you know it, the 3 pages per day will turn into 100 pages, 300 pages, you know? Because reading a minimum amount is still more than reading nothing. And then you absorb it and it stays. I think it's good advice that to read a small, even minimum amount daily will create a result in the long run. I mean, yeah, I am. I'm sorry. I am. Yeah. It's true. I apologize for being President Sunday's #1 orbiter. Of course, I plan to discuss many of the topics of the books that I'm gonna be reading, but I must read faster. Actually, it's not. Maybe I should get tested for ADHD. Well, that is a good way as well. Audiobooks are good. If that's easier for you, then you should listen to audiobooks. Especially when the audiobooks, and that actually happens from time to time, when you have the pleasure of listening to a book that it's read by its author, and when the author has a nice voice, it becomes a real treat. Yeah. Dealing with depression can be extremely difficult. I know that because I have been raised by a parent with depression. So it's, you know, which comes with its own set of challenges, you know? But when it comes to these things, like depression, etc., when it comes to looking for treatment, I would think that the books would not be such a higher priority, but I think that just I think that the biggest priority would to just elevate the sort of your just emotional and mental state, right? Without worrying if it will make you want to read books again or not. I think in the case of having a severe depression, that is really one of the less important concerns, right? Whether or not you are enjoying and reading books at the moment. The most the most important thing is to get your mental well-being back on track, you know? That's the most important thing. Reading or not reading books is sort of secondary to that, in my opinion. I don't think I don't think what I'm saying is senseless in that regard. You know? We're going through Diablo. This is the full version of Diablo, you know? So we're gonna be able to go further than before. And no, I'm not playing a hardcore character anymore because I want to beat the game at least once without having to restart the whole game 10, 20, 50 times, you know? We had our fun with hardcore when we were doing the beta and the server thing, but I think we can give ourselves a break and and play with a regular character for now, right? I think that's fair. If you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm tagging this equipment as junk that I will destroy at the blacksmith. So as you can see, having played this game on the beta and during the beta, etc., allows us to play the game more effectively. As you can clearly see. 14 gold. So, while you're all here, what is your opinion on all this? What is your opinion on the topics that I have laid down? What is your opinion on anything that you have heard from me so far? I am actually really curious about it. What your opinions are on all of the topics that have been discussed so far. There's agreement, disagreement. If there's anything you want to add or Nazis are evil and they don't know either borders or love. True.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh my gosh.
I'm not ready yet.
Well, the gear I have is weaker. They don't love us solidarity. That's true.
I need time to prepare that.
I'm not ready yet.
We've done it. We've done it. Oh, weak armor. It's true. So Doogie has experienced my little argument on Twitter about Ukraine. Okay, let's go back to the city. I'm gonna have to. Oh, wait. Wait, I'm gonna go to the city. I'm gonna. Hey. Huh. Right, I will always mute before sneezing. I will not sneeze into the mic. I'm not that sort of person. Okay, it's time. White pails. Assemble. And then the blue peel. Assemble. It's true. It's more true than anything else in the world. Wait. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm actually less late with it than yesterday, so that's good news. Isn't it? Isn't that good news? Oh, level up. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to give myself some skills. Okay. Blue pill, which is the... It's so small. Such a small pill. Mm. Such a small pill, and yet the results are so huge. Okay, let's go. I have, yeah, that's right. Or did you expect me to die or something? What did you expect to happen?
The old ruins are clear. Your town should be safe now.
Truly. Ha! By the light, you are heaven sent.
True vaguely Eastern European woman.
Very kind to offer, but we have hot stew, good company, and
Stay for a pint.
Are y'all gonna poison me?
of the stew. We'd be honored if you'd join us.
You're gonna poison me.
You are savior.
I was afraid this was gonna happen. Somehow I knew. I don't know how, but somehow I knew. Holy crap. He even spits the same as in the version before the premiere. Doggy. Well, this is an interesting development, isn't it? Everything's happening just as it was happening in the beta. Oh my gosh, yeah. I feel that. I feel that. I feel not having a... Oh my gosh. My legs fell asleep. Oh, that hurts actually. Oh my gosh. So as you can see, I can understand this person's pain. Sadly, Oswen is about to die. Spoilers. In MMRPR, after the Zords get an upgrade, they are rarely seen together with the villains. Almost never share the screen. Oh. I guess. There's a YouTuber called Linkara, and
My mother's
he did a huge series about the Power Rangers, by the way.
so. Shall you witness her glory?
Oh yeah, the stock footage was from Japan. So yeah, like Linkara did a huge retrospective on Power Rangers. Oswin died. Oswin is no more.
They're coming! The whole damned village! Get up! Get up! We have to fight our way out! There! Take them!
Jesus.
Light preserve us. Lost souls! All of you!
I need time to prepare.
Burning the villages alive is my hobby. There we go. I won. Now I need to get the second nice skill. Not. I like Fireball. Boink. Stock footage. Stannis Targaryen.
I'm low on precious mana.
We stand Stannis Targaryen.
Blessed like us now.
Sort of, I guess.
That was all of them. Light willing.
The light is no more. The light is gone. The light is lightless. I would ask you how you like Diablo 4 so far, but you've seen me play this part many times.
Ruins. Just like you. I came to my wits and escaped. Tried to get inside the chapel, but it was locked and... What manner of evil is this? Petals? Of blood?
What was that green goo? Never mind the petals.
They must have fed them to me.
What is that goo?
How did they learn this? Perhaps the answer lies in the chapel. They kept it locked up for a reason. The key might be on that woman who was leading them.
I touched up on Diablo lore. I saw someone comment, and it's true. If this was written 2,000 years ago, it could be a religion. I mean, technically speaking, it is sort of based on existing religions, so... Like, come on, this is a really big Catholic vibe, especially with the whole Eastern European thing going on. But yeah, Diablo was from day one had a lot of those Catholic vibes with the devil, temptation, old monasteries, cathedrals, etc., right?
Only fire can cleanse the darkness in this place. Have a look inside, but hurry. I will prepare the torch.
Okay.
Blood petals. Like the ones I was fed.
Like, this looks like a Catholic church. Pretty obviously, you know? Like, this really is like a religious gathering in a Catholic church in a small town. Oh yeah, I had the Diablo 1 instruction booklet, and it explained everything so greatly. I agree. The original lore books in Diablo 1 and 2 were fantastic. And so were the lore books for Warcraft 1 and 2, by the way. Yeah, could be a thing.
Our Father,
Although it already takes a lot
salvation,
from Catholicism, Christianity, etc.
at every opportunity. You drink and gamble. You covet and steal.
Guilty as charged. Before he got interrupted, he was about to say, but it's all cool because
Sin is their birthright.
what the heck?
My children. The lords of hell are coming to devour our world. Salvation lies not in the light, but in you. The faith has taught you to deny your heart's desire and turned you into a prisoner within yourself. Break the chains and discover who you were meant to be. Break the chains and be beautiful in sin.
Why couldn't that priest break the chains? The priest didn't get that chance.
Resist! Resist her tempting! Vani, it's me. I brought your child into this world.
Also, keep in mind that Inarius is just an... Okay, I will speak after the cutscene.
The first of many. Go to the dry steps and continue your preparations. Now, our true work begins.
Okay. So keep in mind...
Thank the light.
Okay, I must have the dialogue first.
You collapsed inside. I thought the darkness had swallowed you. I dragged you here and put this cursed place to the torch. What happened to you in there?
I saw a vision. A horned
A horny demon.
She said the lords of hell are coming. She wanted to help the people survive.
Help them.
She called them her children. And they welcomed her like a mother.
Mother.
Mother Quacker.
Cannot be.
And yet...
I must report to the cathedral. Listen, there is a hermit to the northeast. A man of questionable loyalty, but he knows of the forbidden. He might be useful to us.
Bring him to the cathedral in Kyovashad, and you will be in the last...
Horny demon. That's like half your community, you'll see. True. Okay, so technically speaking, Lilith is just a demon. Inarius is just an angel, and their offspring were overpowered overpowered hybrids called the Nephilim. And the Nephilim, technically speaking, never fell. They were just nerfed by angels by using the World Stone. And also, technically speaking, since the World Stone was destroyed in Diablo 2 by that dude, Angel, the Nephilim should be returning. Humanity actually should be becoming overpowered again because there's no World Stone hampering them anymore. I think that was the explanation why the protagonist of Diablo 3 was an overpowered Nephilim, you know? And it said that more and more should be getting born before because the World Stone is not nerfing humanity anymore. And yeah, so far so good. So far it's good. We'll see how it will become later. But yeah. You know what I mean, right? The Nephilim shop. You know what I mean, right? The Nephilim should be returning. So technically speaking, neither Inarius nor Lilith should stand a chance against the returning Nephilim, aka humanity. Actually, the Nephilim should just return and conquer both heaven and hell while we're at it, because they're so much stronger.
I'm not ready yet. I'm low on precious.
Diablo 5 should be about hell and heaven being bullied by the Nephilim. See? Now that's an interesting twist. So Doomslayer was actually Nephilim. True, that's right. I think for what I heard, the World Stone must exist to attune with humanity and their powers to thrive and keep the prosperity of the world. Well, no, because the World Stone was destroyed at the end of Diablo 2. But in Diablo 3, it was not declining. We will talk about the dam today, Zoshelix. Thank you. And we will also look at the article that at the video that you've shown. We will be talking about it at length today. But the World Stone was actually hampering. The World Stone is what caused the Nephilim to become weak humans, actually. And with the destruction of the World Stone, humans were starting to revert to being the Nephilim. That is how Diablo 3 protagonist is explained.
I'm not ready yet.
Channel is named What is Ukraine? A channel run by a Ukrainian woman named Olena. We will take a look at it today. I promise you that. Today is an important day.
I lack the needed mana.
The biggest thing that I'm worrying about when it comes to this war is the fact that no matter if Russians are winning or losing, all of the destruction is happening in Ukraine. You know? So even if Ukraine wins the war, in a lot of ways, it will also lose. You know? As sad as it might sound.
Low on precious mana. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, what the hell? Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
I'm not ready yet.
I doubt Russia will get out without their lands unscathed. Have to drive back Russians' logistics too. Maybe so, but it won't be the destruction on the same scale as the one happening in Ukraine. No, I don't think so. There won't be destruction like
I'm low on precious mana.
this single event alone. The destruction of the... Is that the druid character? No. This is a sorcerer. This is not a druid, no. Are you memeing on me? But yes. A thing like what happened today in Ukraine, the destruction of the dam, flooding villages and people, the ecocide, this will not happen on Russian soil. You know? Yeah. Just...
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
We won't be as overpowered as we were. Because we're getting weaker gear. Absolute Ukraine is already screwed. Owing $1 billion step to America, they will control Ukrainian business forever. Like... Hello, Maya Major. I'm... Is the stuff from the beta still in the city chest? I highly doubt it. We can check. I think the chest will be empty, to be honest. No. It was a total wipe. Nothing from the beta moves over. We're playing from scratch. We don't have anything from the beta. Keep in mind, the beta gave you some overpowered equipment, etc. So we're not getting any from any of that. That's not a thing that's happening. What Russia did today. Like, that is quite unimaginable that this sort of thing happened. I use this maybe hyperbolic statement, but in my opinion, what Russia did today is basically like using a nuke without using a nuke. I don't know if you know what I mean, but this is how I feel about the whole damn situation. It's like using a nuke without actually using a nuke. Art direction is better than the drag that was Diablo 3 at least. Yeah, that's true. There are no winners in war. Yeah, but
I need time to prepare that.
also keep in mind that apparently like the um, Chernobyl nuclear plant did not use water as its conductor, but it used graphite, which actually makes it a lot less stable. Which is interesting because I didn't know that. Like when apparently apparently the plants that use water as the conductor are much safer because when the water level goes down, the nuclear reactor will not explode but will simply shut down because the lack of water as a conductor sort of makes the reactions that cause the atom to split to sort of stop. But I made this comparison because it's basically Russia using the dam as a weapon of mass destruction, you know? They used a weapon of mass destruction basically but it's a dam, and they can say, well, we didn't use the nuke, right? We didn't nuke Ukraine, we simply drowned it. Okay, the issue or concern here if the stored radioactive material will catch fire and burn long. Right, yeah. 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 I must admit my education on nuclear power plants is sorely lacking. I will need to read a lot more about nuclear plants. Like what I've told you now, I've actually taken because I started reading the Chernobyl book that I've showed you on screen once, and it basically said it explained a bit the difference between the reactors that use water and the reactions that use graphite, you know, and that the graphite ones are less stable. You know that that the Chernobyl one used as the conductor or for the nuclear thing, not water but graphite, and that graphite is much less stable and can cause much more problems such as an explosion. You know? And of course that the Chernobyl did not have a protective dome around it. The plant did not have a protective dome around it that would not allow radioactive elements to leak, which is basically what you're talking about with the water circulation, air and rain.
Is anyone here?
I have to translate the word. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but from what I'm reading from the book, from what I'm reading from the book, the Chernobyl plant didn't use water; it used graphite. You know, at least from what I'm reading so far. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Okay, now it's clear. Okay. I'm sorry. I have to repeat once again that my education when it comes to nuclear reactors is solely lacking, but I'm doing my best to fill the void that is in my brain. So it's not, I'm going to use this opportunity to tell everyone the most important thing is not to know everything. The most important thing is to be willing to learn what you don't know. Correct, but water-cooled fission power plants also has some weakness. Right, yeah. So although the Chernobyl reactor was also cooled by water, the water was essentially only used for cooling, but not slowing down the neutrons. Instead, enormous blocks of graphite surrounded the fuel and were used to slow down the neutrons, right? So what I'm saying is that from what I understand, and Karasu can correct me if I'm wrong because Karasu seems to be knowledgeable about the subject, if water was used for slowing down the neutrons instead of graphite, then it would have been sort of better, because if you lack the water for slowing down neutrons, the whole process sort of just stops. The process of the bombardment of neutrons just sort of stops. And if when you have graphite, it doesn't, and there's a more probability for an explosion happening. What are your thoughts on this?
What are you hiding back here?
Short fangs. Young. Fresh.
Nuclear power plant close to the dam is safe. It's in cold shutdown phase. It still needs water, but not as much. So, is what I'm saying correct here, or can people confirm if I'm talking nonsense or not? Yeah. It is listed as a big contributor. Okay. Well, we have to continue reading the book about the Chernobyl thing. So that I can talk about Poland's reaction to the thing as well. Oh no, it's British. It's Shud Logic.
That's quite the story.
I wish it wasn't true, but it is. Why did I have...
What is he eating? Is he reading a rock?
They gave you the blood of Lilith.
Is he reading a piece of rock? Okay.
demon?
Not just any demon. The daughter of hatred. The mother of sanctuary. She was banished ages ago.
That's actually pretty convenient to just throw your food remains into the fire. That's actually pretty cool.
It was prophesied she would come back.
What does she want?
That's the question. Sanctuary has always been trapped amid the eternal conflict. A war.
What a strange floor pattern, by the way.
But Lilith serves neither side.
What is strange floor pattern, this thing here?
And me? Am
This,
I corrupted?
maybe. It is so strange.
What will you do about it?
Marry Lilith.
Find out what she's after.
Good. Then we're in this together. Rest while you can. Then we'll start in Kiovashad. If we can't stop Lilith, we'll all be damned.
Nice. The guy know it's safe for now. That has a separate dam too and water source, but at drought at late summer it might be affected that one has to shut down reactors. It is a common measure in Europe due heat waves for a while now. Right, yeah.
I need time to prepare.
Jesus Christ. Second stuff I was talking about had why people had been freaked out when the nuclear power plant had been caught artillery fire. Yeah.
This close to the city. Lilith's evil is spreading.
It's just so shocking, honestly. What to do or no one stops the nuclear material to burn. And this can be replicable. Yeah. No one stops it from burning, that's right. Well, I read Doogie's... I read what Doogie said on out loud, so it's only fair that I read your response as well. My goodness. It really would take some other level of guts, you know? It would really take some other level of guts and gall to keep trying to claim that Russia actually wants to that it's a special operation and that Russia wants to denazify Ukraine after all this, you know? After the blowing up of the dam. I think that's just how they procedurally generated the floor assets. I guess, yeah. But it's still a strange pattern. If there is a war, firemen will have hard time to reply if they to respond if they are afraid to be killed by soldiers, and it's a very legitimate fear. I'm afraid. If firemen tried appearing on the scene and to douse fires, they would 100% be shot by Russian soldiers. Have zero doubts about that. So it's, it's a legitimate fear,
Babbling about their holy father. Well,
you know?
an angel walks among us. And when he learns that Lilith is here, blood will flow. They are ancient enemies. They'll drag the whole damn world into their feud unless we can stop it.
They're ancient enemies, but they were also lovers, so...
Let's not linger. Kiyovershad lies just ahead.
They were also lovers, I played Diablo 3. Inarius felt much more nice in Diablo 3, by the way. Not gonna lie. They made him much more of an asshole in Diablo 4. But yeah.
I'm not ready yet.
That's fair. There's a whole map of the ecocide that Russia is committing. I recommend the video that I've done about it, about the ecocide of...
Hold. To enter the city, you must
We have
first...
no time for this. To enter Kiyovershad, you must perform a cleansing ritual. It's a meaningless gesture, but some people take comfort in it.
How dare you?
True, how dare you?
Let him through, lad. I've tried for years to get Lorath to do the ritual.
Fine.
Aye.
All this time I actually thought that this...
And inscribe it with the sin which troubles you.
I actually thought my character said that line.
Into the brazier. As the fire burns the wood, so too will the light burn away your sin.
Pride.
Pride. Not while I'm in town.
He always knows what I'm writing.
Good. You must feel as though a great weight has been lifted from you.
No,
Welcome to Kiyovershad.
absolutely not. Apparently there's much less lag now than in the beta, which is interesting. They fixed the lag issues.
So, what did you write on a little piece of wood? Something about hubris or pride, perhaps?
Yes.
It matters little, I suppose. I'm off to the dry steps in search of that pale man from your vision. I must know what part he plays in all this. But first, I need you to retrieve something of mine while I finish my negotiations. A merchant in the center of the city has it. Just tell him I sent you. The cathedral loves to go on about him. His imprisonment in hell, his valiant escape, his glorious return here, the world he created. But they never mention how being tortured in hell for a few millennia turned you into an ass.
Wait, he didn't feel like an... Wait. That's different from Diablo 3. Wait, hold on. That's not what Diablo 3 told us about Inarius. He was never on Ars. He just met with Lilith during the conflict and they escaped to here, to Sanctuary, to create it. It was never said that he was imprisoned in hell and became an asshole.
There was a prophecy, yes. It foretold the rise of the primevals, the return of Lilith and Inarius.
I am a nerd. I am nerd.
Inarius adopted the prophecy for his own selfish purposes, put it in the Cathedral of Light's gospel, and made it seem like he would be the hero to save us. Sacrificing, summoning demons, honing all the wonderful gifts that Lilith gave them.
I see.
Cracked hooves, sway back, cloudy eyes.
Sway back. Sway back.
Crowbait.
Crowbait. Crowbait.
Ah, so the old man's finally decided to bite back. Knowing him, he didn't mention coin, did he?
Oh wow.
Wait, the old man sold me this too. He said he didn't need it anymore, but I think he'd want it back all the same. No charge.
Here we go. Oh, we can check the box just for you. Just for you, I'm gonna check the box. I'm gonna show you that it's empty. See, it's empty. Part of me was expecting that there would be something in the box, but he was cast down by angels because of his treason and demons. He wanted revenge, so he was tortured. Oh.
Apologies.
He also gave me this amulet. What is it?
The mark of the Heradrim. An ancient order of scholars and mages, sworn to protect Sanctuary from demons. These days, we are few and number.
What happened to the good angel from Diablo 3? Did he just die?
His breadth of knowledge about demons is equal only to his...
Lorath was a newbie in Warcraft 3, by the way, and very optimistic. What happened to that Lorath?
You should seek him out in Skosglen. But don't forget about the cathedral. They'll be expecting you, and they might prove to be useful allies too.
You're not coming with me?
I'm going to the Dry Steppes to find out who that pale man is. Join me when you can, just be careful. Your ties to Lilith, the visions you see. You are the key to finding her and stopping whatever she has planned.
True, I am. I am what they call the main character.
Sometimes our paths in life are set to collide. We just don't know it. Whether it is by accident or fate's hand, there is nothing we can do about it. The wanderer lost in the storm, fed the blood of Lilith, saved by a lone monk. Different lives and incidents drawn together. By what? Destiny?
By Steven.
Or some greater power pulling the strings?
Maybe it's Vosh.
I did not know.
It's not destiny, then maybe it's Vosh. Who knows?
But at the time, I thought I had the chance to protect humanity from the daughter of hatred.
Are you saying you'll fail?
The Wanderer's connection to her gave me hope. Imagine that.
Are you implying you're gonna lose that hope with time? That's grim. Well, now the game slowed down. My gosh. Actually, after this thing where humanity was on the balance of being destroyed by angels, decided by Democrats about if they should be destroyed or not, was a close call. Yeah, I remember that, but was that before or after they stopped being Nephilim? Because keep in mind, when humanity was still a bunch of Nephilim, heaven had no chance against them, you know? $80 and still lags like this. True. Well said.
Yes, well, Bozan has yet to return from delivering our tithing demands to Menestad. Perhaps you could sweep the roads and see what's taking him so long. The cathedral must receive its dues.
Oh, it might be also my PC, to be fair. To be fair, it might also be my PC. I don't know if you remember the times when I was small, when you bought a game, an original game from the store, and installed it on a PC, there was actually no guarantee that it would work. It would happen to me several times that I would buy a game, install it, and it just would not work. And there was no internet back then to check what was wrong. The game would just throw an error at you.
Out of money once again.
And you either somehow knew how to fix it, you knew someone who had the same problem and fixed it, or you were not going to play your game. My brother once bought as a child some game. I don't remember what the game was, but he installed it and the game just told him and the game just told him system files missing. Good luck. System files missing. Good luck figuring out what's wrong. Good luck. Without internet or anything. But that was sadly the reality of back then. You know? I remember buying Duke Nukem 3D when it was new. We installed it and it just didn't work. It just didn't work. I don't even remember what we've done to make it work. You know? So a lot has changed when it comes to games. I mean, that was a clear advantage consoles had over the PC back then. But when it came to the console games, you just turned them on and they always worked. With a PC, that was actually not a guarantee in the slightest. Now, this was after all the humanity power became dormant, so demons discovered Sanctuary and the way trying to covertly control humanity because it openly attacked the alerted high heavens. Yeah, because when the Nephilim were still, when humanity were still overpowered Nephilim, high heaven stood no chance against humanity. Plus, I'm pretty sure it's the high heaven that controlled the world stone to turn humans weak.
Indeed I am. My guard turned on me, tried to choke the life out of me. All I could do before I lost consciousness was go over the cliff. I need to return to Kuyovashad and request a night escort. Please, take the tithing demands to the merchant lord, Talgun, in Menestad.
Maybe. Oh. I have to take this. So yeah. As you can see, we're playing Diablo again. But this time we're going to go past chapter 1. And we're not playing a hardcore character because As I've said, I want to beat the whole game without having to restart 1,000,000 times. I don't think you want me to watch me restart the game over and over again anymore, right?
I cannot do that.
And Inaris are starting to control humanity as well without alerting the high heavens, because if demon and angels fought, all the world would be destroyed. I mean, when Nephilim were Nephilim, then if angels and demons fought, the Nephilim would have just killed both, because the Nephilim were much stronger than both angels and demons. So technically speaking, the Nephilim could have just killed both angels and demons should they attack, to be honest.
I am so very grateful. I will need to make the necessary arrangements. Please, excuse me.
Like in Diablo 3, Diablo has the power of all 4 primary evils or something. Or 3. I think it was 3 or 4. And the protagonist just kills him with ease. So the protagonist of Diablo 3, that's a Nephilim, just kills Diablo, like Diablo that had the power of the other prime evils. You know? So it's a bit... You know what I mean? Does that make sense? And that was just one Nephilim, you know, the protagonist. What if you had like 50 Nephilims that were like the protagonist of Diablo 3? 100, 1,000. Well then I'm sorry. The high heaven and hell would get stomped. I mean, before humanity became weak, they were Nephilim, right? They were born as the hybrid of humans and demons, so they were overpowered. And then they were nerfed into what they are now. Diablo 3 is as in general. Yeah, but even so, its story is still considered canon in Warcraft 4, I assume. I assume that Warcraft... not Warcraft, oh my god. Diablo 3 is still canon, right? It's not totally retconned out of the Diablo lore.
Militia recruits have been training night and day.
Okay, we've seen this so many times.
I'm impressed.
I'm impressed as well. No, but it probably should be. True. The sign, like that angel becoming mortal, was so nonsensical, to be honest. It was such a bad move.
I hope they don't get used to it.
How can you have tanks if... How can you have tanks in the Diablo world? That makes no sense. All right.
I'm not ready yet.
My goodness. It's midnight. It is exactly midnight. So it is time. I want to check something. The music is gone. Where are the... Let's get this show on the road. Okay? Let's get this show let's get this show on the road. Okay. Where's the Ptasie Mleczko? Got him. Got you, Ptasie Mleczko. Okay, we're gonna... Where's the... It's here. Lamp. Oh my gosh. In trouble catching the Ptasie Mleczko. So, first let's check something. We've seen this. Oh my gosh, gigglers. What? Turf Sieve over the Pride Month. Leaf, oh my, Leafy is here returns? Oh, come on. Is it time for politics? Yes, it is. It is actually. Wojtyszek, the blowing up of the dam in the new Kachowce is a proof of the bestiality of Russia. I know already Leafy sucks. Might watch this. What is this? What? Does this have subtitles? No, of course not. It's Poland. Huh.
Witam Państwa bardzo serdecznie, Adrian Stankowski. Zaczynamy Wolne Głosy w telewizji.
Huh. Okay. Russia has committed war crimes. That's right. We might actually start with this one. But I don't want this to be over a game, so... I think this warrants some level of seriousness, and that having a game over this is sort of having a game over this does not feel very serious, actually. Oh my gosh, what's happening? Okay. So we're gonna actually start with this one. As you may know, Today, Russia has destroyed a vital dam, a dam of a hydro electric power plant, which caused a huge amount of flooding. No. No, I haven't. Why? No, I haven't. I don't get recommendation uh, based on what I watch, not always. Okay. What is this? So the power plant was built in between 1927, 1932 or 3, I think. At the time of its construction, I believe it was the third biggest reactor in the world. I do believe so. And not many people seem to know about this, but I'm actually going to change the screen to be something more fitting to what we're talking about here. So what many people don't know is that the dam has been blown up before. Joseph Stalin, during World War II, has blown up the dam as part of the war effort during World War II. He blew the dam up without telling any of the civilians living in the region. 1,500 German soldiers were killed as a result of the destruction of the dam. Between 20 and 120,000 civilians living in the region were killed due to the blowing up of the dam. And of course, the USSR soldiers themselves were killed due to the destruction of the dam. And now history is repeating itself. Russia, very desperate, that is the actually prevailing theory, hypothesis as to why Russia would decide to blow up the dam again, which it had rebuilt in the 50s. And the answer seems to be it's because Russia is extremely afraid of the Ukraine counteroffensive and went for a desperate move that would shut down one of the possible routes of the counteroffensive of Ukraine. Does that make sense? So basically, it's viewed as a move out of fear and desperation from Russia to sort of limit the counteroffensive route. And now we will watch the worst man-made disaster after Chernobyl. Russia blew up a dam in Ukraine. And keep in mind, I don't know if this person will be talking about the historical context that I have just given you, but this dam has already been destroyed before. And it might have killed up to 120,000 people. So let's watch. Let's go. I'm gonna make sure that this...
Russia committed a terrifying terrorist attack in Ukraine. In the middle of the night, they blew up a dam of Kakhovska hydroelectric power station.
Yeah.
The huge amount of water was released, 177 meters out of 200 meters of this huge concrete dam with turbines. All of that is completely destroyed, and water started to flow in a wide stream immediately. The level of the water started to go up in the Dnieper River, and the villages and the city of Kherson immediately became flooded. People are trying to evacuate. The special trains are already scheduled. People are being evacuated, but especially in these small villages,
I would say that the death toll will be, I'm going to be honest, I'm sorry to say, I think the death toll will be higher than in the thousands. If the death toll during World War II was between 20,000 and 120,000, then I just don't think it will be lower now. Like, look at this.
not easy to do. And what about the animals? So many animals will die. People are trying to save them, but often it's not really
Jesus
possible
Christ.
at all. We already know that in Nova Kakhovka Zoo, all animals died. All of these pretty cute animals died because of this Russian terrorist attack. Only swans and ducks could save themselves because they could fly away. The volunteers, they are trying to help to save more animals. In the big cities, not only special centers for people are created to give them shelter, these displaced people, but also to help the animals. That is the biggest man-made disaster in Europe after Chernobyl.
Yeah.
That disaster was intentionally made by Russia.
Yeah.
The ecological impact of that disaster will be huge. We are talking about the huge reservoir of water.
And keep in mind, okay, Russia has already been committing ecocide in Ukraine. We've made a whole video about it, so it's already been on the scale of ecocide objectively before this.
On the Dnipro River that was created by Stalin thousands of years ago, and that water was used to water the fields, to supply the factories. So all of that is gone. Our authorities already said that it is impossible to restore the dam. We can only build it from scratch, from the very new beginning. But how many years will it take after Ukraine is released? Because right now people are trying to evacuate themselves under Russian shelling. Russia continues shelling people when they try to evacuate from this flooded territory.
Correct, absolutely correct. Russia continues shelling the cities that were flooded, and we even have videos of people, in pontons and in boats shouting for survivors, and there is shelling going on in those videos. Ridiculous.
80 settlements are under threat. Thousands of people are at risk, and we don't know yet how many people already died and how many animals already died as a result.
I'm gonna say more than thousands of people. I'm just gonna say in my opinion, it's more in the ballpark of tens of thousands of people. But see, this is the video. This is the video of a person looking for survivors.
Moreover, that water
this is the video.
Was the source of the water for Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant, which is the biggest nuclear power plant in Europe. And the situation is not nice, because with this water, the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant was cooling down its reactors. They say they are monitoring the situation, and for now it's fine, but the situation is very, very disturbing. Moreover, this water was a source towards the fields. So in the long-term perspective, that could create a huge food crisis in countries like African countries, because Ukraine is a very big source of food, and that is the breadbasket of Europe too. And
correct.
Most of this wheat and bread, it was raised in the south of Ukraine, where Russia created this disaster. The consequences of this terrorist attack are simply hard, to grasp.
Yeah.
Even for Crimea, that is occupied by
Russia. It's unimaginable. It is unimaginable to, I'm gonna be honest, it's it's really...
Right now, this water was the main source of the major source of the fresh water So is it Russia like decided if we can't own you, then no one will get you?
We will destroy you.
This is the way they were trying to stop the counter.
Sri Lanka, Philippines, Indonesia, all receiving grain. Yeah. And Ukraine was actually warning about this for many months as well. Just so you know, Ukraine was really warning that this would happen. Around 61% of grain production of Ukraine, which is the fifth largest producers and importers of grain, goes to developed countries. Developing countries, yeah. So just keep this in mind. Ukraine was actually warning about this happening for a long time now. Yeah. It's okay.
Offensive that is about to start by Ukraine, or maybe it's already started. They are just trying to stop the Ukrainian troops from advance and releasing the other Ukrainian territory.
Yep, that is actually one of the most prevailing theories, that Russia did this out of desperation and out of fear, that Russia was so scared of the upcoming Ukrainian counter-offensive that they decided to destroy this dam to limit the the ways of attack from Ukraine. Right? It was a move. Many experts say that this was a move of fear and desperation from Russia.
Whatever it is, Russia just proved that it's even more barbarian and aggressive than we could even imagine. In fact,
I agree.
We're talking about that risk of blowing up the dam by Russia since October last year, since it became clear that Kherson now belongs to Ukraine again. Kherson is released by Ukrainian defenders from Russian occupation, and that was, a risk that they could blow up the dam.
Yeah.
And the risk was very real because we do remember how something similar happened during the Second World War.
Exactly.
Russia, the Soviet Union back then, they just blew up a dam to stop Nazi Germany, but at the same time they killed thousands of civilians. Nobody was evacuated. Them and even their own soldiers, because traditionally Russia doesn't care about people. That's even their own soldiers them to stop Nazi.
One moment, I have to. I'm going to have to look something up actually. Sorry for this. Sorry for this little. Because I'm pretty sure. Right. Yeah, exactly. So it's a precedent, right? It is a precedent.
Nazi Germany, but at the same time they killed thousands of civilians. Nobody was evacuating them, and even their own soldiers, because traditionally Russian
Once more.
civilians, nobody was evacuating. At the same time they killed thousands of civilians. Nobody was evacuating them.
Okay, it's important to remember. They didn't kill thousands of civilians. They killed between 20 to 120,000. Like, when I hear thousands, I think 5, 6, 10. But no, it was between 20 and 120,000. The Russians also cut themselves medium term that if they intend to hold Crimea, so this might not only be an indication that the front line would collapse in the southeast if Ukraine was to deploy mass troops, also that they don't expect to keep... Yeah.
And
correct.
Their own soldiers, because traditionally Russia doesn't care about people. That's the way Russia acts for a very long time now.
Correct.
So what did Russia say? How did they explain what had happened? Because this dam was under Russian control for more than a year now, and it's not possible to destroy this huge dam with any kind of air attack or a small, agents. This dam was filled with explosives, with a lot of explosives. So only Russia could do that on purpose. But what did Russia say? Of course, that Ukraine did it. Ukraine were raping their own children, Ukraine was killing itself, and that is all just Ukraine doing to itself. That is what they keep saying for 9 years now about the war that they have started in Ukraine.
Correct.
Lies and no shame at all. This is what Russia is spreading destruction, death, and lies.
Yeah.
But now the whole world sees that Russia is just a terrorist state. And it's obvious now that nobody can be safe as long as Russia is capable, to use arms and terrorism. Because if they did that, what else they can do? They are capable to do anything.
Correct.
Anything. Do they think that Europe, the West, is too weak to respond, that they will be scared of Russian aggression and just let Russia do whatever they want? I hope not. I hope this is not the case. And this terrorist attack will only make the world more unified and stronger, and Russia will get a strong response. Ukraine needs weapons to push back to all the Russian troops that are in Ukraine. And, well, I think the world is not safe as long as Russia exists with its regime in its current state like it exists right now. The world is under threat. Russia is a huge terrorist state. And we cannot just ignore this problem. Because this is a huge danger for the whole planet, for the whole humanity. We have to do something with it.
Yeah, all of this is correct. Of course, while all of this was happening, NATO decided to hold the Day of Russian Language, which is just baffling to me. This is just baffling to me that the UN could be holding... I have to find if there's an article on this. Ukraine dam destroyed, Russian language day. Yeah, the UN. The United Nations. As Ukraine reels from dam strike, UN celebrates Russian Language Day. The UN. United Nations. Did I say NATO? I must have been a brain fart. Did I say NATO? If I said NATO, then I apologize. Must have been a brain fart. So yes, as Ukraine reels from dam strike, UN celebrates Russian Language Day. Clip social media posts from the United Nations draw fury from Kiev. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure Somustatic will fix it in post. So it'll be okay. I don't know. I kept thinking the UN in my head, but I sort of said NATO. Maybe it's a Freudian slip, as everybody keeps talking about NATO. Sorry, I apologize. Ukraine to the UN. Think before you tweet. The United Nations faced blowback on social media Tuesday after tweeting that it was celebrating Russian Language Day. On the same day, Kyiv accused Russia of blowing up a major dam on the Dnieper River, threatening an ecological and humanitarian disaster. Tuesday is Russian Language Day, the UN wrote on Twitter. Follow at United Nations RU for updates on the UN's work in Russian. Like, this is so... Like, I've asked this a few times before, but couldn't they... Why didn't they cancel it? Could they not have cancelled it? The tweet sparked dozens of furious comments, including from Ukrainian officials. In a classic case of being ratioed, a social media phenomenon when a post receives a deluge of negative responses and reactions and a few positive ones. Well, ratioing is actually when a response to a thing receives more likes than the original thing, but United Nations RU tweets about cultural diversity ignoring the biggest catastrophe in Europe in decades, caused solely by Russia. Yeah, but I don't think it was beyond UN's power to cancel a Russian Language Day. I don't think that's the case, even if it includes most of the world's countries. Why be silent, said Oleg Nikolenko, spokesperson for the Ukrainian Foreign Ministry. Earlier on Tuesday, Ukraine accused Russia of bombing the Nova Kakhovka Dam, unleashing flooding in the Kherson region. It is, by the way, not the first time the UN is incompetent of humanitarian crises and such events. See Sri Lanka and the Tamil genocide, right? According to Kyiv officials, around 16,000 people living in the area are directly threatened by the dam's destruction, with 80 villages at risk of flooding. Residents are being evacuated, Ukrainian officials said, but the situation is complicated by the fact that some reside in Russian-occupied parts of the region. Ukraine's foreign ministry, Dmytro Kuleba, said the damage to the dam was probably Europe's largest technological disaster in decades, adding it could constitute a heinous war crime. It does. It isn't just that it could constitute a heinous war crime, it does. Russia claimed it was Ukraine that was responsible for the attack. Allegiance Kyiv denies. Experts indicate Moscow has much more to gain from the destruction of the dam as it seeks to slow Ukraine's long-awaited counteroffensive. And this is given as the biggest hypothesis, as I've said a few times already. Russia is afraid of the counteroffensive. It clearly is. It has done this as a desperate bid to slow the counteroffensive down. which I don't think will actually work out for them. Like, it wouldn't make any sense for Ukraine to blow the dam. No, it would not. It would absolutely make no sense. But that is the way of Russia. And that is also why I'm saying that Ukraine should be receiving more help. Whenever I hear those debates with pro-Russia shills that say that Ukraine should stop receiving help, all I can think of is that Ukraine should be receiving more help, much more than now. And the help should be delivered faster. The help should be delivered not when the weapons are running out, but Ukraine should receive an advantage to be able to not... Really no sense for Ukraine to blow this up. Yeah, I know. Why would Ukraine want to... literally no point, no sense. It affects its grain trade to electric grid to population. Like, it kills thousands upon thousands of people. It kills animals, destroys the environment. It has long-term effects. Why? And it actually does hamper the counteroffensive. So why would Ukraine... Like, I'm sorry, but what the lady said in the video is correct. We might as well be saying that Ukrainian kill their own people, that Ukrainian rape their own children. Like, yeah, of course. Like, we might as well be saying that it's Ukrainians that sent children to Russia. But also no way for Ukraine to blow it up. There was a lot of explosives in the CCTV TV video. Yeah. However, for Russia, the cost is not even directly Russian citizens, but it affects people of occupied region. It really slows down the counteroffensive of Ukraine. Yeah. And even if what we do, because we do know that the flooding affected the Russian soldiers, Russia does not care about its people or its soldiers. Like, do I really have to bring up the example of a terrorist attack on a Russian theater when the government just ordered for the terrorists to be gassed along with all of the people in the theater? Do I really need to go back to that event to remind everybody that Russia does not care about its citizens? Why would it now? But yeah, Russia won't care if Russian soldiers will also be affected by this. And they are, by the way. Russian positions were also flooded by this and they had to retreat. Yeah, but in this case, it's not even directly Russian citizens affected, correct? Yeah. But people who they occupied, yes, correct. And this is why I keep saying, I keep reminding that the worst thing about this whole war is that the destruction is purely on Ukrainian soil. Even if Ukraine wins, it will be, at the end of the day, it will be also like Ukraine will be left with ecocide. Ukraine will be left devastated, mined. Like, we already know that demining Ukraine will take about 100 years. Now we have this on top, and the war is not over yet. So we don't really know what the state of Ukraine at the end of this war will be. We don't know. You know? And all of the destruction is concentrated in Ukraine. So this is one aspect of the war that is not really taken into consideration in the debates, talks, etc. And in my opinion, Ukraine should just be given the means to win as soon as possible. Right? Kremlin cares about itself and itself alone. Correct. Russia sucks and Vladimir Putin survives of the blood of babies, puppies, and the innocent. I mean, pretty correct, yeah. Pretty correct. Like all the people that are in reality pro-Russian shows that keep saying the war should end as soon as possible, I answer to them, yeah, it should. That's why Ukraine should get more weapons, Ukraine should get more support. Yes, the Moscow Theater, correct. The Moscow Theater. The very famous incident in the Moscow Theater that everybody conveniently forgot about. I didn't. I didn't forget about it. It was pretty damn difficult to forget about. You know? I have a pretty active imagination. And I just found myself imagining sitting in a theater, enjoying a play, and then violent people taking over. And suddenly, the people that were supposed to save and protect me, pumping in gas that will kill me. And while we are at the subject of the Moscow Theater, the Russian forces refused to tell paramedics what gas it was. It refused to give the paramedics crucial information that would save the people from the theater. Just so you know, it wasn't just that the people from the theater were gassed. No, also the Spetsnaz that did it refused to give out the information of what the gas was. So it severely hampered the ability of the medical teams to do anything about it. This is Russia. That is Russia. They don't care about their own, and they especially don't care about anybody else. I fear that even after Ukraine wins, Russia will still invade another time. That is a fair concern. That is unfortunately a very fair concern, which is why the only way not to let it happen is to make Ukraine uninvadable. And that means joining the European Union, and that means joining NATO. Simple. Those are the routes of not being invaded by Russia again. Like, I'm pretty sure I heard people talking about this today because I basically hear Ukrainian every day now. Even in Russia, they try to take down the world, even so. Well, the biggest thing right now is for Ukraine to win. That's the biggest thing right now. And to do that, Ukraine needs swift, very concrete support when it comes to weapons, when it comes to, and it cannot be reactive. It has to be more active, if that makes sense. A lot of experts, we even discussed this with Anastasia last time, that a lot of experts say that Ukraine is receiving its help too reactively. When it starts to run out, when it, basically when it starts to run out of equipment, it sort of then starts receiving new equipment. That is not how it should work. Ukraine should be given enough equipment to have a 2-to-1 advantage over Russia, push them back, done deal. This is how it should work. But it's not exactly how it's being done. And that is, and of course there's the whole matter of rebuilding Ukraine after the war. The world needs to understand that Ukraine is being run. God. I see. My gosh. Like this is... Wow. It's okay. It's okay. I know what you meant. Belarus, Lukashenko. The only mistake we made was not finishing off Ukraine with Russia in 2014. Well, would you look at that? Well, would you look at that? The little tyrant that is only in power because Russia allows it. It is. Do you know how I know that Belarus is run by Nazis? Well, that's because Belarus is run by Russia. That is how I know. Belarus is run by Russia. Yeah. I did mean that, yeah. The whole of Belarus stood up against this little horrible person. The only mistake Russia and Belarus made was that we didn't resolve this issue in 2014, 2015, when Ukraine had no army and wasn't prepared. Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko said, in 2014, Russia illegally invaded Crimea and annexed it from Ukraine, and Kremlin-backed fighters seized territory in eastern Ukraine. Lukashenko's comments, which according to Minsk were delivered by Thursday during a meeting with the heads of security agencies of the Commonwealth of Independent States, made up of former Soviet countries, indicate that Lukashenko has fully embraced his transformation into Russian President Vladimir Putin's puppet. We all knew that from the start. I'm sorry. We all knew that. It wasn't a secret that Lukashenko was a puppet. Lukashenko has had a love-hate relationship with Putin over his nearly 3 decades in power. But after the Kremlin helped him see of massive street protests following a fraudulent presidential election in 2020. We all remember that, right? The entire nation of Belarus stood up against that little mongrel. Lukashenko said that, right? Right. The Belarusian dictator went all in on Putin, helping Moscow launch its full-scale invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 and agreeing to host Russian nuclear weapons on his country's soil. According to the Belarusians' readout of Lukashenko's speech in Minsk, he claimed, "We saw this coming," referring to the Russian invasion. The readout continued that if the war had not begun last year, it would have started tomorrow, but with worse conditions for Russia and Belarus. Quoting the Belarusian president, the readout claimed, he said, "The only mistake we made probably is that we didn't resolve this issue in 2014-15 when Ukraine had no army. We wanted to settle it peacefully. They, however, used this time to develop combat-ready armed forces." There we have it. There we have it. Seems pretty explicit to me. The only mistake we've made was not settling this issue in 2014. And by that he means not annexing the whole of Ukraine in 2014. Yeah, it is primarily occupied Ukrainians, of course. Of course. So, yeah. Belarus deserves to be free from Lukashenko. Belarus deserves to be free from Russia. That is what I'm going to say about this whole mess. Belarus deserves to be free. A ridiculous situation. I will be talking about this with Anastasia in 2 or 3 days, so if you think these sort of discussions are important, if you think these sort of topics are important, then do consider staying on this channel, maybe subscribing to me and doing all those other things like the bell. Okay, we've touched upon the topic of the dam being destroyed. We are going to be returning to this topic when we talk to Anastasia. Now, oh wow, amazing. We have been disconnected from the game. And now, we are going to be looking at something else while playing the game. This thing can, I think this is okay to have a game over it. So I'm going to YouTube. I'm going to watch Oh yeah, Illuminati drama reignites apparently. President Sunday was doxxed. Well, he was doxxed. It's not a question mark. President Sunday was doxxed. Not so erudite has his doxxed. It's a very sketchy matter. Apparently, not so erudite received President Sunday's dox from a quote-unquote third-party source, which seems to be a bunch of BS. There are two probable scenarios according to President Sunday. One is that Chud Logic's editor is behind the doxing, and the other theory is that there is no third party. It's just not so erudite and the infamous partner. But for now, let's see about the Tara Reid, Biden accuser, just defected to Russia, which I find extremely interesting, especially considering the context of today's events. Okay, I found the article of Lukashenko liking Hitler. Wait, okay, you're definitely reading this. Okay, let's go. Looks like we're looking at this first. Okay. All right. Let's go. We're doing a little bit of a dive on Belarus, the chief ally country of Russia. Belarus leader defends Hitler praise. Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko defended Monday recent comments he made praising Adolf Hitler for his creation of a strong German state and comparing his own role to that of the Nazi leader. Wow. Wow. You're not on a sus list. Relax, fake Alec Kyle Parker. It's okay. Lukashenko capped his refusal to retreat his earlier statements by praising Soviet dictator Joseph Stalin as another effective leader who brought order out of chaos. Wow. Answering criticism of his praise of Hitler in a recent interview with a German newspaper and of his own efforts to monopolize power in Belarus, which he succeeded, Lukashenko said a strong executive is necessary when times are tough. Strengthening of power is unavoidable. When we wanted to consolidate in the nation, let's say in the 30s, we united around a well-known person no matter how we look at it, he said of Stalin. This is so cocked. Lukashenko's words in defense of Stalin did little to calm the ire raised by a recent radio broadcast of the conventional comments he made about Hitler in an interview with the German newspaper Handelsblatt. It took centuries to form the German order. Under Hitler, this formation reached its highest point. Lukashenko told his interviewer, "This corresponds with our understanding of a presidential republic and the role of a president in it." Since his election in July 1994, the mustachioed Lukashenko has successfully sought to increase his power and president and has repeatedly railed against the current parliament as an ineffective and vestigial institution. How old is this article? Is this article from 1995? Lukashenko won sweeping powers in a referendum in spring and has threatened to introduce direct presidential power with no checks in if apathetic voters fail to turn out heavily enough to elect a new legislature in balloting this Wednesday. Wow. The wild-eyed leader's comments about Hitler apparently largely aimed to justify his bid to create a strong presidency by citing the need for powerful personality to bring Belarus out of its economic doldrums. The history of Germany is a mold for the history of Belarus. You know, the unsustainable economy that Hitler built, that he needed to sustain through attacking all of Europe. Amazing. Lukashenko said, in its time, Germany was lifted from the ruins thanks to a very strict leadership. And not everything connected in Germany with the well-known Adolf Hitler was bad. Lukashenko told journalists Monday the consequences of Hitler's leadership were bad in foreign policy, I agree, but the nation was consolidated and order was maintained. You know, just forget about the killing of the LGBT, the killing of the disabled, the killing of Jewish people. Just forget about that. And, you know, it's just foreign policy that was bad. For sure. Let's forget about the fact that the economy that Hitler created was unsustainable. And that order laid the basis of current well-being, including Germany's. Several heads of state in the former Soviet republics have praised Stalin in recent months, saying his strong leadership was important in defeating the Nazis in World War II. You know, the strong leadership of Joseph Stalin, who had a mental breakdown when Germany attacked and locked himself in his room. That strong leadership. Amazing. What a strong leader. But Hitler is widely viewed as a genocide and murderer who sought to enslave the Soviet Union. I mean, much of the fighting between the Soviet Union and Germany in World War II took place in what was then Belarusia, and then region's partisans have often been depicted as being among the bravest and fiercest fighters against Hitler's invading armies. This is why I called a cocked leader of a country. All the article said it on its own. Lukashenko is just a puppet of Russia. Nothing more, nothing less. And Belarus deserves to be free. Plain and simple. What a messy situation. I'm gonna go to the toilet now. I'll be back in a few moments. And then we will continue playing Diablo 4, as well as we will be watching the Dylan video about a person that decided to, believe it or not, defect to Russia. That is certainly a choice. That is certainly a choice. So don't go anywhere. In fact, if it's possible, get more people in here. I'll be right back. We'll be right back on that grind set, I guess. Be right back. I am back. We are returning to the game and we're listening to the factor.
About Tara Reid. So, for those of you who don't know, Tara Reid is most well known for accusing Joe Biden of assaulting her in a perverted manner.
Wait, this is the person?
Fingers to do, like, to penetrate her and doing some
Interesting.
terrible stuff.
This is interesting.
The accusation was made. No real evidence was necessarily provided that Joe Biden did this.
This person defects to Russia?
It never moved anywhere, and nothing ever amounted from it. But since she made that accusation,
Okay.
she's been involved in a lot of weird movements and weird moments online. And I don't want to go through all of it, from
Just focus on the new one.
Haruhu movement, which are facing criminal charges for the not only pushing Russian propaganda, but also the dead body being found in one of the homes of its organizers, but also has been involved in heavily pushing Russian propaganda and Russian narrative.
Oh no.
Like a new development necessarily. She wrote an article back in 2018 about why a liberal like her loves Vladimir Putin. But this has now culminated in Tara Reid claiming that she is now in Russia, which she did a little press conference with Russian state
What?
TV. So it looks like she legitimately, quote unquote, defected to Russia.
Well done, Maya Major. Well done. Well done. I'm going to restart the game.
And the reason
This
she's
is
giving
ridiculous.
is because she's in fear for her life.
What?
Her life is in danger. Let's read a little bit about this.
Okay.
We can go watch the press conference, which I saw a little bit of it. She posted it on Twitter and it was live
So
streamed.
this person accused Joe Biden of assault, then engaged in Russian conspiracy, and now she defected to Russia because she is afraid of her own let's just get into it.
I mean, but the little bit I saw was just her complaining about Ukraine. So let's read.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Of course. Of course, it's always about Ukraine. About shitting on Ukraine. This is tiring.
A little bit from the article. Tara Reid, a former Senate aide who accused President Joe Biden of sexual assault, announced Tuesday that she defected to Russia. The shocking confession was made during a Russian state press conference where Reid was sitting next to an alleged Kremlin spy and pal, Maria Butina. Reid told the pro-Putin press that it was a very difficult decision to move, which came after the realization that she no longer feels safe in Biden's America.
What? Are we gonna see some elaboration on this, or is this just gonna be a... What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Not safe in Biden's America?
I'm still kind of in a daze, but I feel very good, she told Sputnik. I feel very surrounded by protection and safety, and I am just so appreciative of Maria Butina and everyone who's been giving me
It's like a fever dream.
When it's been very difficult to know if I'm safe or not. You have US and European citizens looking for safe haven here. And luckily, the Kremlin is accommodating. So we're lucky. In the hours-long Tuesday conversation, which was live-streamed on Twitter that garnered 500 viewers, Reid touched upon a litany of topics, ranging from Russia's ongoing war with Ukraine to her critiques of America's terrible roads. She asked Russian President Vladimir Putin for citizenship, although she denied any pre-existing ties to Russia. To my Russian brothers and sisters, I'm sorry right now that American elites are choosing to have such an aggressive stance.
Are we gonna have any examples?
American citizens do want to be friends and hope that we can have unity again, she added, before personally thanking Butina. I'm enjoying my time in Moscow, and I feel very at home.
Amazing timing, just as the dam is being blown up by Russia. Amazing
this
stuff.
Goes back to her
amazing stuff
and her previous support for Vladimir Putin. But the rest of this article is stuff we've already somewhat covered.
Okay.
This is extremely strange.
Yes, it is. Correct, yeah.
What threat she is facing in the United States?
Exactly, that's a good question.
Rage Against the War Machine rally, I saw her speak in person. She didn't give a particular...
Oh, she was there? She was at that oh, for real? She went to that rally? Hello, Connor. She went to that rally? Rage Against the Machine? Even I know about that. For real? You know, out of all the random crazies and losers that ran to Russia, at least some of them have to be CIA spies. Maybe. If it turns out that Steven Seagal is one easily the biggest loser, that would be very funny. Like... You know, like... It's embarrassingly enough to take part in the Rage Against the Machine rally, in my opinion.
Good speech, but she gave a speech praising the Russian flag she saw in the crowd. You know, the flag of the nation that has invaded Ukraine at the supposedly anti-war rally that she was speaking at. She seemed safe and happy and giggling during that speech, so I don't know what's happened in the last few months that has turned her from somebody who was willing to speak in front of thousands of people on a stage, on an elevated stage in the capital of the United States, the center of the American empire.
Maybe it was, maybe she felt so much embarrassment from taking part in the event that she felt that she had to go to Russia and stay there forever. I don't know.
3 months later, fearing for her life from some unknown threat that she does not name, and now has to flee to Russia, defect to Russia, do a press conference with Russian state TV officials and accused Russian spies before then begging Vladimir Putin for Russian citizenship. I do not know what threat she faced. She doesn't clarify what threat she faced. She just says that she no longer feels safe. That, you know, the vibes were off in America, I guess. No more details than that. I've got to be honest.
Like, I ask this as well. Are we gonna get any details? Are we gonna get anything? Like, anything at all? Like,
Tara Reid, from everything I've seen when it comes to her politics, is very clueless. She's clueless about the war in Ukraine.
True.
She's clueless about much of the political topics that she speaks about. Not only has she pushed a lot of narratives around the Russian invasion of Ukraine that is provably false, I don't think that, and I've seen a lot of people go soft on her, I don't think we should go soft on this woman because of how she entered the public sphere.
True.
Because she accused a powerful American politician.
I agree.
Some terrible things of sexual
I agree
assault.
with Dylan.
Now that she is moving on to other political topics because of her original, how she originally became known in the public, a lot of people have kind of held back in how they've critiqued her and how she's responded to this.
She went to Rage Against the Machine rally. There will be no holding back from me. If you go to a Rage Against the Machine rally, there will be no... I will not be holding back, okay? There will be no holding back from me. Once you do something like that. I hope that's understandable, right? I hope that's fair. We have no mercy, true. This is not new. The mother of this person called on the 90s radio show, getting off her chest that her daughter was being sexually harassed and alluding to Biden at the time senator. True. But this topic is not really about that, so... Like, what we're talking about today is not really about Biden's sexual harassment. I don't even get that until recently. I had completely forgotten about it until, well, after I finished the game. Rage Against the War Machine, yeah. If you take part in that rally, don't expect any charity from me. So wild. Rage Against the Machine is awesome. Yeah, I know them. I know the band.
But let me be clear. She's clueless. She's a dunce. She doesn't know anything about the war.
True.
All she has done is repeated Kremlin talking points, pro-war talking points, while supposedly speaking at what was advertised as anti-war events.
True.
And pushing the Russian narratives, which are then used to kill Ukrainian civilians.
True.
I don't think we should go easy on her.
I don't think so either.
Since now, and I'm just going to be blunt about this, while I cannot disprove her claims, even though, you know, she didn't really provide any evidence to show that this happened to her, but I also wasn't there, so I don't know. But what's inevitably going to happen as she goes more and more off the rails, as she flees the United States from an unknown threat that she won't point out, is that a lot of people are going to start to look at her as a you know, boy cried wolf situation.
Right.
Where she keeps making wilder and wilder claims with no evidence, doing crazy actions. PR stunts is what this feels like. If it wasn't a PR stunt, I don't know why she did a press conference on Russian state media outlets. And when I say a press conference with Russian state media outlets, I mean a press conference with Russian state media outlets. If you look at the video here, there's Sputnik, there's Russian state television. It's all of the regulars who did this stream with her. Who did
it's a show.
With her, where they asked her
it's supposed to show how bad the U.S. is, of course.
Wow, What do you think of Russia to, oh, the evil Ukrainians? You know, the usual stuff.
And the evil US.
Which, by
Yeah.
the way, if I was in fear of my life, I would not spend a significant portion of my press conference rambling about something that's unrelated to the supposed fear
True.
of my life.
Ukraine.
Like if I did a press conference about I am about to be assassinated. By the way, can we talk about Myanmar for a second? It's just absolutely bizarre. And and let me just be for real with you. That effect is also having its impact on me. If she is known for making wilder and wilder and wilder claims, and the more she talks, the crazier her claims become, the crazier her stories become, the less legitimacy her story is going to have in the eyes of many people.
True.
Should there still be an investigation into her claims? If she legitimately wants it, yes, she should be able to pursue that outcome. But we haven't seen that outcome pursued, and now we've seen her flee the country because of a threat that she won't define. Let's watch a little bit of this press conference, because it really is bizarre.
And also taking part in the to media.
Oh my God.
A very good morning to all of you. I'm happy to welcome the participants in this news conference. I would like to welcome our journalists here at the press center and those following our live stream online on the website of the media group's press center and on the social media. We would like to start.
Okay, let's watch this
news conference titled "Crossing the Atlantic in the."
Let me just throw out there. I'm trying to imagine what type of dangers Tara Reid could face. And the number one thing that's of course popping in my head is maybe the idea is that because of her scandalous accusations against Biden and Hunter Biden and all of the Biden crime family are going to assassinate her to shut her up.
It's true.
When's the last time you guys have heard about Tara Reid? The last time I heard about Tara Reid is when she spoke against the Rage Against the War Machine rally. Wasn't a good speech. No one talks about it.
Well, I heard about a long time ago.
She was like waving to the people flying Russian flags in the audience, the flag of the nation invading Ukraine at a supposedly anti-war rally.
True. It was an anti-Ukraine rally.
A year ago.
It was an anti-Ukraine rally, not an anti-war rally. Of course, keep in mind, to Russian shills, being anti-war and being anti-Ukraine is one and the same.
Somebody in chat says that a Malpin nonsense. So it's like she has not had any high-profile news stories around her in a very long time. I don't know why she would be so influential that the American government would legitimately target her, or some group would legitimately target her.
I don't know.
Who is targeting her? Who's going after her?
I think it's just a publicity stunt. I'm gonna be honest.
Find out from this press conference. Everything else, her like ranting about Ukraine or like, oh, the evil Ukraino Nazis, whatever else she's gonna say, I've heard it a million times.
True.
I heard her at the Rage Against the War Machine rally. She's not a terribly convincing person. All I care about is this threat that she faces. I want to hear why she doesn't feel safe anymore in Biden's America.
The name of the truth, and we will learn the story of former Joe Biden's congressional aide Tara Reid, and I'm glad and privileged to introduce her, former congressional aide to Joe Biden, the current U.S. president, writer and essayist Tara Reid. Good morning. And also taking part in this news conference is a member of the Foreign Affairs.
Okay, let's skip this. We don't need to hear all this.
Yeah, correct. We don't need to.
You wanted to share with us.
And I feel really happy to be here, and I feel safe. And for those of you that don't know me, I am a writer, an author, and I'm a former aide for Senator Joe.
Can I just say, opening up a video from within Russia right now with the words, "I feel safe," has the biggest gun off of screen vibes in the world.
True.
Just saying, that's the vibe.
True. I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
Immoral, morally corrupt, bankrupt.
It is very interesting that we are, once again, we are watching this right now in the context of Russia committing mass genocide and mass ecocide by destroying the dam of the electro water plant. So, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Russia is so safe, so great.
For the Democratic Party and for state senator. In 1993.
Pat and Bell, thank you so much for the primer and being sub for 10 months. Thanks for being the best one on here. Gonna AFK watch while I play the Outlast trials now. Thank you, I appreciate it.
When I was in my 20s, while working for Joe Biden, I was sexually harassed by him and sexually assaulted. I did not go to the media at that time. I filed a report and went through protocol. Nothing was done. I was threatened. I lost my job and I lost my career as a result of coming forward. Then in 2019, it became clear that Joe Biden was running for president, although he was not the front runner at that time. There were 7 other women that came forward. One of those women was Lucy Flores. She was a...
Be clear, most of the stories that came out around the Joe Biden stuff, to change it from what her story were, Joe Biden went up behind this woman and embraced her and went it was like weird and it kind of looked like he was sniffing their hair. Those are the stories that are being talked about. And there's a lot of video clips of him very uncomfortably and inappropriately embracing people and touching people in that way, right? And that's what the bulk of these stories was. Tara Reid's story is an outlier where it goes into the area of Joe Biden sexually assault me, tried to penetrate me, did try to do that with his fingers, which is a totally different area than what was being talked about. All of it was inappropriate, but what Tara Reid was talking about was essentially rape.
Right, yeah.
Which is very different than what the rest of the stories were. And so when they say that all these people came out against Biden, the type of stories that came forward were very different from Tara Reid and what the rest of these stories were, which Joe Biden did apologize for the rest of their stories, but he never gave any credence to any of the Tara Reid's accusations.
I will come to the watch party.
Representative in Nevada, and she was getting torn to pieces by the press for coming forward about Joe Biden's inappropriate behavior. I decided at that time to speak out about my experience in 1993. But before I did, I tried to reach out to congressional representatives privately. No one responded. I reached out to Bernie Sanders. I reached out to AOC. I reached out to Dianne Feinstein, Nancy Pelosi, who were in California, my representatives, and they gave me silence, no response. Then I went to an organization called Time's Up. Time's Up was an organization in America that was
Is this going to be framed as the reason why she had to go to Russia? Of all the places in the world, by the way?
The Me Too movement, funded by Hollywood stars for millions of dollars to provide legal and PR assistance to people who were coming forward about powerful people that had been harmed. Time's Up has since been dismantled. It's been discovered it was corrupt. And part of the corruption was my case. I went to them for help, not knowing they were already on the payroll.
Okay, this is all the story that she's told before, none of the facts of the story of her sexual assault allegation has been proven. Obviously, we don't know. I wasn't there. You weren't there. I want to hear about why she's in danger.
Right.
Because if the story legitimately is that she just fled to Russia and then just repeats the story that she put out already a few years ago now, before Joe Biden was even president.
It's silly.
Then it just feels like all she did was go to Russia to then go on Russian state TV and rail against the president of the United States with this accusation, before then just attacking Ukraine and trying to justify Russia's actions in killing tons of civilians.
Yep, correct.
For the Joe Biden.
And by the way, let's for a moment say that Tara Reid and her accusation is true, which that's a possibility. Obviously, that's a possibility.
But it's unrelated with Ukraine.
It has to
Sorry.
be proven. But it's a
It's unrelated with the attack. It's unrelated with the thing. Even if it's true. That is what I'm going to say.
possibility. Do I think it's a heavy possibility? I mean, considering how she's acting now, it's hard for me to say that. But let's say it's true.
Okay.
In what world, if you were sexually assaulted by someone, would your conclusion be, and I'm saying this as somebody who has, when I was very young, had some terrible things done to me as well.
I remember.
I at no point would think, wow, I'm going to go to like Syria and on Assad's platform and then justify his government actions
right
between my sexual assault allegations.
Yeah.
That's what's happening here.
Correct.
She goes to a foreign country currently invading another, claims that she's in danger, and then on top of endorsing and pushing forward the actions of their state, of Russia, and justifying their invasion, in between that she's talking about these allegations.
Yeah.
Why would you use the platform that is given to you based upon these claims to then justify an invasion of another country where tons of women have made accusation of being raped by Russian soldiers? Tons of accusations about sexual misconduct and butchering.
Yes, why?
And now you're going to go help that force
yes.
do those actions in Ukraine right now. For what reason? Some danger? What's the danger?
Biden campaign. He gave them, according to FEC, which is the Federal Elections Commission records, over $2.2 million while I was trying to come forward to try to silence my story. This came out in the press, but very little coverage, of course, in the Western media.
Ah.
While during that time, I was...
The Western media.
By the way, it was the Andrew Cuomo story that ended up crashing Times Up, not hers. Somebody just brought this up in chat. I don't know a ton about it, but I do remember vaguely the Cuomo story around this. Not Tara Reid. That was what ended up killing Times Up.
Accused when I first came forward of being a Russian asset, of lying, of being discredited. I was accused of all kinds of things, threatened with...
Oh, I wonder why at this Russian state news media press conference where she's going to repeat points that has been used to invade and conquer Ukraine.
You are Russian asset? No.
As she writes articles,
no.
Me as a liberal, I love Vladimir Putin.
You
threatened with my life,
no.
my family, my pets. It was very difficult. I kept speaking the truth. I kept pushing forward.
What is the...
Pushing forward to Republicans, hopefully that would bring an investigation into Joe Biden. Finally, this year, Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene, both U.S. Congress representatives, said...
Dude, it's not a good sign if Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene are the only ones that look at your case and say that it's reputable enough to bring forward.
They were
just saying.
Which is interesting since apparently the Republicans are very pro-Russia right now.
We're going to investigate Joe Biden. But then what happened is, of course, the attacks on me started again and the threats. People started messaging me, asking me if I was suicidal.
Who?
Asking me,
people,
making vague threats.
Oh.
So there was people who made vague threats.
And I could see that starting again. And I said,
I'm going to Russia.
Tweet saying, that I am healthy and I am determined to
go to Russia,
Joe Biden to justice, to bring some sort of investigation and to testify under oath before Congress.
This is going to be framed as the reason for going to...
I had the opportunity.
By the way, can I just say, the Russian elite love to rape. And I know that's a weird statement, and I know that's weird, but the Russian elite, when we talk about Russian oligarchs and the Russian political elite, they 100% have been involved in rape and sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and many of the same activities that she is accusing Joe Biden of. I don't know why particularly someone would feel safer in a country like Russia, which not only has its own problem with rape, but also domestic violence, where women are not that important.
And also with gassing your citizens in the theater. Also, Gatsiri, a rapist pedophile. So this alleged rape victim slandered me too, but praised. Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, you know.
To defend themselves with the legal system against domestic abuse and spousal rape. Just, I'm trying to think in my mind, like a sexual abuse victim wants to go somewhere where they would feel safe away from all the sexual abuse, and the country you go to is Russia.
Amazing.
I just don't understand it. And again, like, what is it really just vague threats?
I do understand it, but my mind is far more cynical than Dylan's. It's a grift. It's a grift. A very strange grift, but grift nonetheless. Pro-Russian grift. Write in the chat if you think you agree.
Caused her to...
I mean, it's a point that anyone that knows Russia would make. My God.
You go to Russia. If that's all it caused to make people like flee, I should have fled America years ago. Because I get vague like emails all the time. It's like, I'm gonna...
come on, it doesn't take a lot of connecting a lot of the dots. She went to the whole rally. She was anti-Ukrainian. She was, you know, she has a story against the current president. Of course, she would go to Russia to capitalize on her anti-Ukrainian sentiment and to tell her sob story how the US is not safe and how she has to escape to the truly free country, which is Russia, you know, free from the Western degeneracy or whatever. Of course. Like, come on. It's obviously a grift. Originally, her story was moderately believable, but not. It's kind of obviously an attention-seeking fraud from the get. Yeah.
And I'm not saying that's good, but I'm just saying I don't know how. And all the details she gave us was vague threats. She didn't show any examples, anything like that. But if I had a vague threat on Twitter or Instagram,
Blue Rider of Neptune gave Artbra a tier 1 subscription. Objection. Your Honor, Dylan, is there any evidence that Tara Reid is even Dark Brandon's type?
That's terrible. I'm not responding to that. Thank you for the tier 1, but that's terrible.
Jesus.
You completely set off my train of thought. That's so terrible. You set me off my train of thought.
Listen, my audience is much nicer.
It just does. This is not how any other sexual assault survivor has acted.
Sadly, I do understand their actions, but I'm much more...
to come to Moscow, Russia.
Usually, I'm a much... Which is interesting. Usually, I'm the fluffy, happy person, but... My God, it turns out that I'm much more cynical than anyone could have thought. I guess I'm much more cynical than what I thought, because I'm not surprised by her behavior at all. Am I more cynical than Dylan? Am I just more cynical than Dylan? I didn't see that come. I didn't think that would be the case, but wow.
I always loved Russia. I do not see Russia as an enemy, nor do many of my fellow American citizens.
There you go.
That Russia is...
The majority of Americans, when it comes to polling, does see Russia as either aggressive or an enemy, or at the lowest ranking, I think, like competitor. I saw some Pew Research polling saw that the opinion of Russia in the eyes of the American public is the worst it has been since the end of the Cold War.
Yeah.
As the enemy is propagated by a few Washington elites.
Oh my God.
To cause problems. In fact, I'll take
cause problems.
2019. One of the things that got me in a little bit of trouble was that I said out loud that Joe Biden, if he were to become president, would try to go to war with Russia because of his warmongering in the past and because based on what I had heard when I worked way back.
At least. Also, the U.S. is not at war with... Oh, come on. Oh, my God.
And then watched as a geopolitical analyst.
Dylan thinks wrestling is real and capitalism is sustainable. He's very optimistic. Wait, does Dylan think that wrestling is real? That's just a meme, right? Dylan doesn't think that wrestling is real, right? Do I have to ask him that the next time we talk, if he thinks that wrestling is real? Do I have to start that as a topic? But it's just a meme, right? It is a meme. Okay, I will assume that it's just a meme.
What was happening and the movements that were happening by NATO.
As a geopolitical analyst, shut the fuck up, Tara Reid. Dude, I don't even know how she puts on her pants in the morning when she talks about politics and how clueless she is, let alone designating herself a geopolitical analyst. Get out of here.
What?
Things she heard as a staffer. So what did she hear as a staffer 30 years ago that would indicate after the collapse of the Soviet Union, we're talking 1993? So this is like Yeltsin eras. So Biden was talking about invading Russia during the Yeltsin administration, someone we helped to get elected. What does that even mean? Dude, she's bullshitting her way through all of this, man.
Yes, correct.
She's just saying what the audience wants to hear. She
True.
knows what the Russian state wants to hear her say. She knows what would be used.
What a shocker.
So she's just saying, oh, Joe Biden always wanted war with Russia.
Oh, yeah, for real.
It was the Russians who invaded Ukraine and not Joe Biden who invaded Russia. Ignore the fact that since the beginning, Joe Biden said no troops on the ground. Ignore all this information. Ignore the fact that during the time when she was working as a staffer for Joe Biden, Putin wasn't even in the administration, wasn't even in power in Russia. It was Yeltsin. Are we really going to say that Joe Biden was like, we need to get rid of this Yeltsin guy. We need to invade, take Moscow. We need a war with Russia to take Yeltsin. What did she hear during her time working for Joe Biden? Anything that she can prove? Or is it just all hearsay? Which seems to be everything that she says in public seems to be hearsay.
Oh my God.
Unconfirmed hearsay.
Well, what do you know?
United States. So that brings me back to the present. I had an opportunity to have my book, which is already published in different languages. I took that opportunity and had meetings and had a vacation and enjoyed Moscow. Apparently, the US government wasn't happy with my choice of vacation spots. So it became clear that
you're not safe.
Back might be a problem. I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
What is
I don't know.
Give us more detail than that.
The level.
Well, that was the first thing that I said when we started watching this video. Are we gonna get more details? And you know, I would not hold my breath. I'm just gonna say that. I wouldn't hold my breath for more details. All right, I wouldn't hold my breath for more details when it comes to all of this. I'm gonna say that the full version of Diablo feels more difficult than the beta and the server crunch. This version feels a bit more difficult. Just so you know. It's because we're getting weaker gear than the one in the beta. Jason was Bill Clinton's end of story history guy. It was more like the US would have invaded. True. Like, oh my God. But it's so transparent what this person is doing.
Which the attacks will continue. I only know that when I got off the plane in Moscow for the first time in a very long time, I felt safe and I felt heard.
Oh my God. Dylan laughed at the same time as I did. Oh my God. For real. Again, we are watching this with the context of today's news of Russia destroying a vital dam, killing thousands, destroying the environment, killing countless amounts of animals. And this person says that Russia is safe. This is unbelievable. This is just unbelievable.
Respected and heard the Ukrainians that they're raping, pillaging, looting, and murdering.
Yeah.
That she's trying to enable. Oh,
yeah.
Woe is you.
And that has not happened in my own.
I think we've basically made the same point, to be honest. I'm pretty sure that we've made basically the same point, Dylan and I. I just have the ability to, you know, to bring it closer home by giving a very recent, very, you know, horrible example.
I did talk to U.S.
of today.
I have not concealed anything. I told him I was in Moscow, Russia, and I told him why. And he said something very stunning.
Stunning.
I am considered a whistleblower, as you know.
So stunning.
One of the cases I will be testifying is about how the DOJ and the FBI has weaponized by the Biden administration.
Dude, she still hasn't said what she needs to be safe from. All she said is literally the words vague threats. I don't even need to call them vague threats. She called them herself vague threats from anonymous people on the internet. What is she supposed to be scared of?
Of the Biden administration.
It's going to be trouble. What type of trouble? Is the government going to wag their finger at you? Are they going to call you to some hearing? Are they going to lock you up? Are they going to Guantanamo you? Are they going to Kennedy situation? What are they going to do?
Against its own citizens. So he said, Tara, you know, I'm worried about your physical safety in the United States. As a U.S. citizen, to hear
Citation needed.
basically say they couldn't protect me in a whistleblower case
from who
is stunning.
So Matt Gaetz, far-right lunatic Matt Gaetz, tell me that he's worried about your safety, and that's all it takes?
Oh my God.
And it makes me angry. And I want to say to my fellow American citizens,
do we get to see these texts or any? Of course.
As these cases against all of us come forward that speak out, I want you to remember the U.S. Congress works for the U.S. citizens. They work for us. We don't work for them.
Oh my God.
Back our power. We need to take back.
Dude, it's so funny hearing her say this in fucking Russia.
True.
Congress are supposed to work for the people, and we need to take that power back. I say this from Moscow, a place where all the people are politically empowered. Everyone's free to criticize.
True, and no one is gassed at the theater. And nobody is gassed at the theater. Oh, a shaman. What a poor little weak shaman. It's okay, I'll protect you, little shaman. Jesus Christ. I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
Speak and say their piece. What is this nonsense?
True.
This is like going to North Korea and coming and turning to Americans saying, oof, you got...
I feel safe now. Oh my God. I cannot believe this.
Guys over there. Ooh, kind of a cult of personality around people like Biden and Trump these days. Like, oh, come on, man.
Our truth and be able to speak it without fear of reprisal.
Oh yeah, in Russia, especially.
So,
the
American people are very sick of hearing about the Russophobia.
Lol, what?
I'm sorry.
What?
The American people are sick of the Russophobia. When
What?
My grandmother, she picked up the phone and she was like, Dylan, and I was like, yes. Hello, Dylan. How are you doing? Did you eat the pie I packed you? Yes, Grandma, I ate the pie. Was it good? Oh, it was fantastic, Grandma. I know.
I'm sick of the Russophobia, Dylan. I'm sick of it. Dylan.
Love blueberry pie. I do love blueberry pie, Grandma.
Don't be mean to your grandma, Dylan. Come on.
I was looking on the news the other day, and God, this Russophobia is getting out of control.
True.
I know that, you know, a few people in Ukraine were murdered and bombed and slaughtered and raped and mass graves were filled, but I saw some Russian vodka got took off the shelf the other day.
True.
Being a Russian today is like a Jew in 1940.
True.
There's no difference at all. Get out of here, man. She's just acting as a mouthpiece for the Russian government.
Yep.
What evidence is there that Americans are generally concerned and worried about rising levels of Russophobia?
Russophobia.
Where's the huge outbreak? You know, during World War I, German Americans were lynched and forcefully assimilated, and it's only intensified in this process completed after World War II as well. They were lynched. And now, like, what's the level what level of Russophobia are we even complaining about here in the United States? And as much as, look, I'm going to say,
Jesus Christ,
that if somebody's Russian, you should not discriminate against them for being Russian. But when a country invades another country and engages in atrocities, animosity towards the people who did that is a natural occurrence after invasions. I'm not saying it's right, but it's happened every time. I think it would probably, on an interpersonal level, be wrong for a Vietnamese person during the Vietnam War to go up to some random American and be like, fuck you, or something like that, or I don't like America, or I don't like Americans. I guess interpersonally that's wrong, but is that what we should be focusing on when it comes to the Vietnam War? Some Vietnamese guy saying fuck
True. And of course, remember that France should never be let off the hook for its involvement in, well, for being the main cause of the Vietnam War.
Yankee, go home. Is that mean? I guess it's mean, but I think I more care about the children being firebombed and being covered in napalm.
And Agent Orange. Don't forget about the Agent Orange. Which people with defects from Agent Orange still live. The Vietnamese soil is, Vietnamese soil is still poisoned with Agent Orange to this day. That's right. And there's a big plan in place to cleanse the Vietnamese soil from Agent Orange. So
that's what I care about on a higher level.
Yeah.
They're not in support of the proxy war that NATO and the U.S. are waging.
See, look at this. She's talking about her about herself getting sexually assaulted, and then she pivots into Ukraine being a proxy war.
Yeah.
This is legitimately.
It's just a grift.
Repeat our Russian state propaganda lies on our Russian state propaganda news outlets.
What a shocker.
We will give you a new platform to tell your tale of your horrible interaction with Joe Biden.
True. Yeah.
If you help justify our invasion and our rapes and our murders and our destruction, then we will allow you to highlight the misdeed that Joe Biden, possibly, we don't have confirmation of any of this, we don't have proof of any of this, that Joe Biden, you say, did to you. Which, of course, assists the Russians as well, because Joe Biden's the American president.
Yep.
This is like textbook, just like propaganda.
Textbook grift.
She didn't even try. She didn't even attempt to like cover it up in any way. I mean, she just fully submitted. It's not going to be that long until we see Tara Reid on one of those Kremlin talk shows hosted on Russian state TV, where she's on there saying everybody in America loves Russia.
True. I mean, she already sort of says that. She already says that everybody in the US are tired of the Russophobia. So, in a way, she already started doing that. The Yaxing is the compound. It's stupid there.
America's bridges are being destroyed and crumbling in American infrastructure, and that's Joe Biden's a pedophile, and that's what she's gonna do. I genuinely believe that. I don't think there's any point of return now for Tara Reid. I think she's completely submitted herself to being a propagandist.
Yep.
I have been very outspoken about this. As a geopolitical analyst, I've been very outspoken about the U.S. and
geopolitical analyst.
There are many of us, and I spoke at the Rage Against the War Machine, a rally in Washington, D.C.
I watched it. It was shit. It was garbage. She was very clueless. It was the same thing she always does. Just ramble.
What a shocker.
That are tired of all the resources going into the military. This year.
Until she went to Russia, a country that is giving much more of its overall GDP into military spending than the United States.
Uh-oh.
A country totally not known for trying to spend a lot on the military per its GDP, as a percentage of GDP. Not known for that at all.
My God.
Russia's known for its healthy and strong infrastructure.
True.
Low levels of corruption. And so, since it's already solved all the societies in Russia, all the societal problems in Russia, it can take its money and allocate it for the military as much as it wants, because there's no poverty in Russia anymore. Everything's fine in Russia.
For the first time coming up, the defense budget will be $1 trillion, which is an unimaginable amount. Meanwhile,
then the problem is, there's a real conversation to be.
I actually saw people that were deformed from Agent Orange when I visited Vietnam. It's like, let's not sidetrack ourselves.
Down and talk about a Pentagon audit, completing to 100% a Pentagon audit, talking about military allocament and how much of this is pork barrel spending, how much of this is necessary spending, how much of this is necessary to support our allies, how much of this is not necessary, how much more can our allies carry the weight, and how much more can we can remove from this type of spending in order to concentrate on other issues. So this is a real conversation to have. But Tara Reid, acting as a Prussian propagandist, saying this makes it a harder conversation to have, because now when people go and try to have this conversation later, it's going to be, isn't this the thing that the Russian propagandist is worried about?
Yep.
Isn't this the thing that I heard from that one person acting as a mouthpiece for the Russian state? Is this Russian propaganda? As we try to have a conversation about an audit of the Pentagon later, that could be something we run into, because if this is where the critique is coming from, it's coming from the worst possible source.
True. It's basically what
in America are falling apart.
It's unironically basically the critique that President Sunday had of Mr. Girl's article about Destiny. I know it's a strange comparison, but you know, it's the same critique, so to speak. And people do like my wacky comparisons.
The infrastructure is, the economy.
Dude, I didn't even... I'm a wizard. The roads are falling apart. Yeah, okay, in Russia. If I know... Look, Russian infrastructure is perfect. It isn't at all known for being extremely decrepit and faulty.
Is down, and inflation is up 40%. We have the highest child poverty rate we've ever had, the highest homeless rate in history. Our economy is crashing.
What does it mean, highest homeless rate in history? Like history of the war? Oh, I don't even know what that means.
And they're continuing to warmonger. Recently, came to my...
It is from Russia on Russian state TV. Dude, come on.
Oh, great.
Attention that one of those representatives said something incredibly deplorable.
Oh.
And that's what he said was, speaking, I believe, to the Kiev regime, that...
Kiev regime.
We're done. We don't need any more of this. Now, again...
Kiev regime.
For her life. All she said is, I don't know, I got some vague threats online. This one far-right lunatic...
Kiev regime.
They're scared about my safety. So I've decided, in order to flee this horrible warmongering regime, I'm going to move to Russia.
Yeah.
Get out of here. Tara Reid is a joke. That's enough of that. I'm done.
Kiev regime. Love it. Love it. Have you enjoyed this little video watch that we've done together? Have you enjoyed this little watch party that we've done together? Have you seen the potholes in Russia? The poverty rates in the US are still lower than in Russia. In fact, unless you live in downtown Moscow or St. Petersburg, statistically you're below the poverty line. Right, yeah. That is not really shocking to me, to be honest. Not shocking at all. She flirted political pressure, crumbling restriction poverty to Russia. Yep. Yep. Correct. To criticize the evils of the Kiev regime. Amazing. Amazing stuff. It's just incredible. I don't even know what to say, what to add. I don't think there is any more to add. I'm gonna repeat. We've watched this little spectacle, and we have watched this in the context of Russia committing one of the worst travesties in decades. And you say Russia is safe. All I can do is slow clap. Slow clap. Amazing. And we still don't know what Russia is going to do next. Keep in mind, the war is not over yet. The war is not quite over yet, so Russia may as well still surprise us. You know? So yeah. I'm gonna enter this dungeon. Maybe we'll see. If you've enjoyed this segment, then you know what to do. Like, bell, sub. Like, all of this seems so obvious, but I guess it's not. Diablo 4 is here. Oh, you know what? How long is this? No, it's too long. It's not interesting. I don't have to listen about Diablo. We are playing Diablo. Yeah. Russia blow up a dam. That wasn't Asmongold. That's Bellular. That actually wasn't. It's not Asmongold. It's Bellular News. So it's actually not Asmongold. I don't know if you know who Bellular News is. I can show you a few minutes, but I'm not. Okay, I'm just gonna show you a few minutes.
Blizzard have, and I'm going to be a little bit hyperbolic here because I do have some issues with the game.
Okay, why?
Welcome back, everybody. So, Diablo 4 came out in...
It's not Asmongold. Oh my gosh.
Early access that a lot of people paid some extra money for. Matt, what's
It's
up?
me.
How's it going? We both played a whole bunch of it to come to you guys today with this video.
Blizzard have, and I'm going to be a little bit hyperbolic here because I do have some issues with the game. I do have a lot of things to talk about that may not be like perfect. However, Blizzard have, as far as my experience has gone, they have managed to merge the big sweaty ARPG genre with something a little bit more befitting what people expect of a mass market AAA like RPG open world kind of game, especially when it comes into the campaign, the story quality, and their end game, like actual design of it, the balance of it, the way you literally feel when you're playing. And I played this as someone who's playing like a Shadow Step Flurry build as Rogue and has in the beta and did again because it was really good. They've just made crack. They've like redesigned video game crack like they did back in the day with Diablo 2 for a lot of people, like they did with World of Warcraft in its earliest inception, where they're like, it's very hard to put this game down. It is. I'm literally worried about my playtime.
Well. Also, I think the game has frozen.
that's what I'm feeling after playing this.
So it's interesting.
Interesting, yeah.
Anticipating that problem, because for me, I think it's definitely less gripping for me than it is for you. But
oh,
the bit that surprised me was the end game that actually managed to get you a bit. I think for me, my initial first impression was
interesting.
Narrative. It certainly starts off on a strong foot, then it kind of plods. It does a lot of plodding, and it's enjoyable plodding, and because the combat and all that stuff is fun, it's kind of okay to plod along. Certainly as a narrative experience from my perspective, all the way up to, like, you know, getting into Act 4, not really super strong. I have a feeling that the larger moments haven't, you know, obviously haven't really happened yet. It definitely, to me, is still an ARPG narrative. It is unlike...
Interesting. Always had an impression Billy Larry News is kind of like apolitical. The quartering never click on any of his videos, but the titles and thumbnails weren't even ever promising. I mean, it's very to the point video game news, you know? But I wouldn't be really all that harsh on Bellular. I think, yeah, I think they do quite a good job. Speaking of which, where's this? Let's see who talks about Diablo 4. There's one YouTuber in particular that I wanted to. No, I cannot find. Oh well. I see, that doesn't sound too bad. I'm referencing the fact that the titles and thumbnails look like outrage and clickbait. Well, they're a little bit more like down to earth, like just focusing on the games, I think. They basically, for the most part, are just like what we saw just now. They don't really do what the quartering does. Is it time for more Chud Logic? Is it Chud Logic time? We might as well dive in for a bit.
People would come into my chat and ask me, why did you do my hair like this? Why did you do like your hair like this? That's the only thing they would ask, and that would drag me down.
Dude, seriously, like, I appreciate you taking a minute from on the blacks and the leftoids, but it's still sad Lamau.
That's the
Coke ball! That's the Coke ball!
Yeah, I undid like the front.
Because it was a funny narrative that you were getting in.
What?
Why did you shave your head on stream? Well, I'm not confused why Chud doesn't care about people.
Okay! I'm ableist and disgusting. What now?
I think that's really cringe and really, really sad.
Like, obviously this makes her look way, way, way worse. She looks horrendous.
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't blame you. Let me just say, I would not blame you.
That reminds me. The fight.
What is it, Chud Logic?
I'll look at. I need to get up early tomorrow as well, so I don't mind doing a little bit extra, but I gotta be cautious.
I actually have to go to sleep early today as well. We've covered the most important topic for today, I think.
Thanks.
The dam. You know?
I honestly just...
I don't want to muddle today's topic with any other big topic, if that makes sense.
I found it really invasive.
Also, we're going to be returning to today's topic as well.
Okay. Fuck, I forgot to. Well, there's not really much to say about this. It's just some nutter cutting their hair. I don't know what it is to comment.
So so why is this video 30 minutes long? I love it when people say, I don't have anything to say here, and then the video's like 30, 40, 50 minutes long. I love it.
Let's go clip to clip like this. Here we go.
You watching because it's like a bit of drama content before I go to sleep.
If you just cutting
We've done the serious topic of the day, to which I will be returning on either Friday or Saturday. Today's stream is a bit short, only 4 hours. But I think after this I might retire to bed if, you know, to prepare something more pointed and energized for tomorrow. You know? Does that make sense? Because today I visited mom. I'm probably gonna prepare some more stuff for tomorrow.
Britney Spears moment. Race-conscious Britney Spears moment. Is that what this is? Is that
Does that make sense?
She got did she mean spicy chat? Is that what she's referring to? A spicy chat winding her up or something? What the fuck is this?
Is this person part of ChatLogic Discord? That's a bit surprising.
A spicy chat crazy making.
So what do you think? Does that sound like a plan? Or
That's
no?
just extensions, is it?
Does that sound like a good plan to you, or not really in particular?
So weird, isn't it?
What?
Very odd stream content, but you know.
The butcher now?
It was Occam's. What? It was Occam. What? Occam's made this happen. How?
The butcher spawned.
He told us she was doing cultural appropriation.
Oh,
this
come
is a real
on.
hair. That's a real hair she's cutting off there.
I'm not ready for the butcher.
Real hair.
Yes, people cut their hair sometimes. Get over it. What's the big deal here?
From black presenting to skip.
Is this another video that is just gonna be boring?
I don't know, man. This is kind of nuts. Where's Occam's? Occam's, are you even there? What have you been up to?
Why is it? Why is?
I can't mod him at the moment. He's responsible for this one thing that's happening now. Whatever that may be.
Okay.
Is it just her cutting her hair? I want to get to the real.
Why is this a video again? Same as with the video about DK. That's even.
This is like real. Look.
I don't care. I don't care. I really don't care.
Run away, run away, run away, run away. Baby, all I'm asking is let me take you dancing.
Am I supposed to care about this? About a person cutting their hair? Is this supposed to warrant some reaction from me? Like, am I supposed to be shocked or anything from a person just cutting their hair?
I mean, it looks bad, but if you play it backwards, it's a mentally ill woman giving herself culturally appropriate, respectful black dreadlocks. So there's always that you could do if you wanted.
Okay. Great.
What's the
So,
reasoning?
I'm gonna actually say this out loud because this is pretty disgusting. Phoenix, I'm literally not talking about you.
Who is Phoenix?
People would come into my chat and ask me, why did you do my hair like this? Why did you do like your hair like this? That's the only thing they would ask. And that would drag me down because I'm really bothered that when men think that I'm prettier a different way, they question why I do my hair a certain way. So people will ask, why did you shave your head? But if I just had done a different haircut, no one would ask, oh, why did you dye your hair pink? Or why did you dye...
I've got to be honest with you. This is such cope. Guys, listen. Streamers out there.
What is it? Oh, I'm a streamer. Okay. What is it, Chad Logic?
Just ignore chat. Chat always going to try and say some shit. Like, I don't know. I get shit from chat all the time.
I will not ignore you, Chad. It's ridiculous advice. Ridiculous advice. My chat is wonderful and I will never ignore you. So there you go. The most ridiculous advice I've ever heard. My chat is wonderful. I just bought a hugging pillow that looks like a sandwich, which is very nice and sounds really tasty. See? My chat is wonderful. Why would I ignore chat? It's horrible advice, actually. But you know, you get the chat of the audience that you cultivate. That's the only thing I'm gonna say. The chat you get is gonna be the reflection of the community that you cultivate. So, you know. I'm pretty confident that the chat here is nice, friendly, welcoming. You can have fun together. You can watch videos together. You can discuss topics together. So, you know, there's always someone that gives additional value to a segment being done. So it's like a big creative process.
Ban them or something? I don't know, man. What is this? Look at Endless Cemetery. For once in my entire time
Endless
online,
Cemetery.
I actually agree with Endless Cemetery on something, okay?
So what did Endless Cemetery
Dog,
say?
what is happening in Lamau? And then... Meow, meow. Meow, meow. How? Look, okay, I'm second guessing myself now because Smith has been a little fucker earlier going, oh, you're always having a go. You're always having a go, aren't you? You're always having a go at people's viewership. I'm not meaning.
Oh my gosh.
Just for the hell of it in this case. It's a very simple
Is
point I'm trying to make.
Is Shad Logic being insecure about Smith of all people? Is this really what's happening? Is Shad Logic insecure about Smith's criticism of him? That's funny. That's, you know what? That's the funniest thing of this whole video. The fact that Shad Logic felt he needed to make excuses about the criticism that Smith made of him. Now that's funny.
Okay? The point being, if you
Smith made you
shit you're getting,
doubt yourself.
Viewership she's on now, you might as well just end it now. If your mental state is so predisposed to what chat is saying at fucking 20 or 30 viewers or whatever the fuck it is, imagine having 75. Imagine having 150 even. And your no, end your streaming thing, not life. I do not.
Jesus. Jesus. Smith, I'm sorry. True.
Honestly, like, she's got... This is not normal. Okay? Whilst I can't control you little fuckers, I'm going to shake my head at everything you've done. Anyone that did this, I believe Occam's Razor is probably the most culpable, because I'm pretty certain that I've seen them in chat say shit like that.
Dye your hair blonde. They wouldn't ask that. So when people ask you, why did you do like your hair like that? It's not about the dreads. It's about the fact that I did a hairstyle that is not conventionally attractive on women that look like me or women in general. And that was really bothering me.
It's because in the midst, the reason that people were talking about it is because in the midst of this weird black arc that was happening, all in the smaller streamer ecosphere, right? You suddenly decided to hardcore side with the blacks, and then you got your hair cut like you got a hairstyle that was black in formation. Like, yeah, obviously.
Shadow logic.
What the fuck? That seems like a crazy thing to do. And now, because some people in chat have given you shit for it, you've shaved it off. That is like...
Shadow logic.
I mean, at this point, I'm like, okay, I don't think I should cover this person ever again. They clearly have got mental issues.
Sucks to be her. I can find beauty in almost any hairstyle. True. Fake Alec Kyle Parker. True. You're an admirer of beauty.
About anything. Please stop. It's so fucking sad.
Wow.
It has nothing fucking to do with what you're talking about. As I said, if you and the other guy were the only two people that have argued with me about my dreads, I literally would not have taken off my dreads. It's not fucking about you or the arguments that we had. It's about my fucking life and how I'm being treated.
I don't know what else to say about that. It's one of those things you just got to watch and go, yeah, that's fucking insane. And just kind of move on from.
Well, you're not moving on, are you?
Someone was getting a bit of shit in chat about having dreads and they decided to shave their hair off.
I mean, you're really not doing what you're saying that you're doing. You're really not just saying it's wacky and moving on. You're sort of, lingering on this. You're sort of doing the opposite of what you said you should do. It makes her look like the member of a PMC. In other words, badass. Nice.
Nuts. Keep saying nuts. I don't know where I've got that from. Nuts. It's nuts, man. It's nuts. Yeah, is it mental illness or just leftoidism? That's the question. Oh my god, Katie's just uploaded a video about me. Let's go. Perfect length of time to watch as well.
Perfect. Amazing.
When narratives are dumb and when women have short hair featuring chud logic. So, okay, I need to set this up a little bit for you.
Okay, set it up for us.
Katie recently cut her hair on stream. And I watched it at the tail end of yesterday's stream because I thought it was funny and insane. Okay? Then this morning...
We just saw it.
I saw that Katie had tweeted about it. Okay? And said...
right, Chud Logic.
Just watch Chud Logic having a weak day at work, being racist and a toxic person. So to make up a bunch of weird shit about me getting a haircut. Dude, seriously, like, I appreciate you taking a minute from shitting on the blacks and the leftoids, but it's still sad, Lamau. And then I replied with this video. I replied with this video. Okay?
So many enemies.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Also...
Private military company, fictional, not real. I mean, come on, telling me she doesn't look like a captain who takes down terrorists before even a morning snack.
I did that.
Calm down. That's great.
And
such
then,
a memer.
She's obviously got upset with all this business. And so, she has released this video now titled, when narratives are dumb and when women have short hair featuring child logic. So there we go. You're all up to date. It's a very simple story. Let's see what.
As always with you.
The structure is going to be talking about drama.
It's a common theme with you. Simple stories.
And then talking about misogyny and short-haired women.
Yes, let's go.
So, drama-wise, yeah. I wanted to get dreads since I was 17. I got dreads. Everyone was super nice about it, complimented me, except for Destiny that laughed and Sansol that clipped me with my gum outside of my mouth in an ugly like picture. Everyone was super friendly about it, so I didn't get any negative reactions. In fact, everyone were like super sweet and supportive.
Okay, that is such cope. Okay, I'm sure that your little shitty viewer base. Okay, oh, fuck, I need to stop doing that. Okay, she's a lovely fledgling streamer that is going to go far. I mean, sorry. Okay, I'm sure all of the videos that you get as a fledgling streamer that's going to go really far if you keep trying. Okay, I'm sure they liked it, but every other single angle that I saw, which
Child Logic's weirdly insecure about the whole Smith critique. That's so bizarre. That is so weird. I don't know what's happening here. Like, what is your insecurity, Child Logic? Was that supposed to be a joke? Sarcasm? Is that quite weak? This is not a very strong showing. Whatever. That's fine. Oh! Yellow. Hello.
which was partly from my community. Every single other angle was people mocking her for the dreads. Okay, there's no two ways about it.
I see.
But I personally was like, okay, I'm glad I tried this out, but it's not necessarily my aesthetic.
So yeah, obviously the most normal thing to do is to just cut all your hair off on stream. That is exactly what you would expect someone to do. If you looked at someone, right, and they were like, oh, I've got these dreads, but I don't really like them.
I mean, it's content, no?
Do about it. I think tomorrow I'm going to go live on Twitch and cut them all off. Yeah, that sounds like a totally normal thing to do. I'd do that if I was you.
I mean, it's content.
Yes. Let's not go.
Isn't everything just content to you, Chad Logic?
If you know, you know. My plan was to keep the dreads for 2 months because they were fake synthetic dreads that were meant to last up to 2 months. The dreads were like $170, so that's a lot of money for me. So I wanted to get the most out of it. Anyway, then I decided that for my 2K followers on Twitch, I'm going to have a costume for them that was a blue theme. Anyway, I got really excited about the costume. And then one day I decided that fuck it, I don't want to wait until 2K because that might take another month. And I'm not super feeling the dreads, so I might just take them off.
Okay.
This is the stream where I did the costume. As you can see at the beginning of the front of my face, I undid a lot of my dreads because I can just undo them and keep my natural hair.
Coke bowl! That's the Coke bowl!
Yeah, I undid like the front where I could, and I needed my mom to help me with the back.
I guess I'm missing some context.
That's brilliant.
Put, fox ears on for my costume.
I guess I'm missing some context to this whole
in the
thing.
next day. And now, in terms of another reason why I decided to get rid of the dreads early was because a lot of people asked me, why did you do like your hair like this? And they didn't ask me that out of a like cultural appropriation or what's wrong with you white woman for doing dreads. The only two people who talked to me like that were two chatters who were in my chat the night that I got my shaved head. But before that, I didn't get any comments. The only people who gave a fuck about my dreads were mostly liberals and like pathetic people who thought that somehow negates my arguments. So yeah.
I'll be honest with you, I think most people just thought it was really funny to wind you up about it.
Oh.
I don't think anyone really truly cared about the quality of the arguments of the judge. People just thought it was funny to take the piss out of you having dreads because it was a funny narrative that you were getting in with the blacks, and then all of a sudden you were imitating their hairstyle.
That happened.
Chad Logic is such a bizarre character.
My hype about the dreads was already gone because a lot of people, and we'll get to it in part 3 about misogyny, it's very...
You know, some people do things as a statement, like when Caesar shaves fasted as a protest. Yeah. 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 That's
It's very
true.
common to ask women about their hair, especially when they find their
Jesus.
hair
Chad Logic is such a creepy dude.
and I found really annoying. It was happening in chat, but also Chud might find this surprising, but I do actually live outside of the computer, so I do have experiences outside of Twitch. So
Wait
yeah.
a second. Hang on a minute. Doesn't she live in Israel? Am I getting that right? Doesn't she live in Israel?
I think so. Yeah. Why?
Really makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I doubt it makes you think at all. Chad Logic.
Twitch. So I do have experiences outside of Twitch.
What does it make you think about, Chad Logic?
So yeah.
Okay. Right.
Anyway. Then why did you shave your head on stream? And it's like, okay. I've been talking about shaving my head for months.
Okay. What is this like weird...
I don't care about why people would shave their head on stream. I don't know why Chad Logic is making a huge video about it.
Thing where she's going to try and act like cutting off all of your hair on stream is just a normal activity that you would like. You would tune into Twitch and there'd probably be at least 100 women just cutting their hair to a nearly bald head on stream. Like no.
Don't care. Don't care. Well, what kind of person bullies someone for fun? Whatever.
This ain't normal. What you like? This is like completely abnormal. I don't think I've ever heard of someone just cutting off all of their hair on stream before.
How shocking.
Said, I'm gonna get dreads after my sister's wedding, and then I'm gonna go bald because...
How shocking. It's content. Isn't that what only matters to you, Chad Logic? Content? You do know that hair grows back, right? You do know that it's not a big deal. Cutting your hair on stream is not a big deal. It's whatever. In fact, you're making it into a much bigger thing than it is. I don't know why. You're a bizarre, bizarre person, Chad Logic. But you do you. After all, earlier in the video you said that people should just say that it's crazy and move on, and yet here you are making a 30-minute video about it. So you didn't really listen to your own advice, have you? You didn't really feel the need to listen to your own advice. Right?
I've already been...
Is that creative enough to think of things? I mean, that's true.
Before, and like I wanted to do it again, and so yeah, once I was done with the dreads, I was gonna go bald. Then that night when I was it was the night I did the costume.
Fascinating content from Chat Logic as always.
So I was arguing with people in chat, and I was undoing my dreads as I was talking to them and getting kind of spicy about the whole cultural appropriation conversation, which is
spicy.
Fine, whatever. Then I realized that doing the back of my hair with the dreads was like really exhausting and pointless, and I didn't want to wait for my mom. And I was like, I'm gonna shave my head anyway, or I'm gonna chicken out if I don't shave it off like right now when I still have like some guts in me. So I went and got the shaving machine thingy-majiggy and started shaving my
This is
head.
serious business.
And then the annoying thing happened where apparently the machine I was using wasn't cutting off the dreads. So I had to cut off the dreads and then like undo them and then do the shaving.
True.
So basically it caught me no time. But I got this hair, which is fine. It just didn't cut any time. Okay. That's the drama. Moving on. I want to talk about mental illness. So even if
Riveting
none of
stuff.
this was true, and
I think yeah. My guess is she's going insane. This is not like a normal thing to do. Like she's probably nuts, right?
Why?
a person like had a mental breakdown on stream or something like that, like a Britney moment or whatever the fuck. I guess I'm confused why. Well, I'm not confused why Chud doesn't care about people, and I guess I'm.
No, what? Like, why should I? I care about my family and people that I like and I know. Why the fuck should I care about you? You're just some fucking loser Twitch wannabe. Like, why the fuck would I give a shit about you?
Jesus.
No longer confused why Zonia wouldn't care, but like I guess for other people.
Jesus, Chud logic.
I think some people at Twitch poll decided that people who have mental struggles or
Is Twitch poll still a thing?
are not allowed to like participate in society. Twitch poll being part of society.
No. Wait, hang on a minute. You got that all wrong.
Isn't Twitch self-destructing anyway? Have you heard that Twitch actually is implementing new rules? That Twitch will not allow you to get any sponsorship, that it's not arranged through Twitch? Have you heard about this new exciting deal? And if you haven't, well, I'm telling you about it now. Twitch is implementing new rules. It's gonna be stricter about multi-streaming, and it won't allow you to get any outside sponsorship. At least you will only be able to get sponsorships through Twitch, so they will get a cut from your sponsorship deal. Twitch will get a cut. Lucy, please, do we have any links to cover? Like, they cannot be untangled. Yeah, I think we've had enough of this. The main takeaway that I will tell you from this video is that apparently Twitch is self-destructing and implementing some really wacky new rules next month that, you know, about sponsorship and the like. So there you go. I've got to look for something more interesting because I just don't care. I just don't care about this. Well, what else is happening? What else is happening? I'm done with Twitch. Oh, we can watch this. 4 hours ago. I know that Asmongold may not be some of your favorite streamers, but he is talking about the big thing that I just alluded to seconds ago. So let's go. And Asmongold is actually a pretty big Twitch streamer. So let's see. I actually multi-streamed on YouTube and Twitch a few times, but I guess I'm never gonna do it anymore since
I decided to take like literally a few days off, not even a week. I was like, I'm just gonna chill for a bit before the expo, spend some time with myself. I have not spent 72 fucking hours off of this goddamn platform making content. Blizzard fucks barbarians. Like, I'm not even talking about one nerf. It was like 7. Then I wake up early. I didn't even want to wake up. It was like some fucking type of, what's the word for it? Like some kind of crazy, like telekinesis, telepathy.
Oh, link it if you want me to talk, Charlie. You can link.
Like remote viewing, crazy magic shit that I woke up at the exact moment that Twitch decided to kill their own website.
Oh my god.
I'm losing my fucking mind. And I'm laying in bed getting mad. Like, you guys ever read Twitter in bed and get mad about it? Well, that was me.
Jesus.
I just got done doing that. So it's a sixth sense. It's clairvoyance. Yes, I can't believe this. And so I wake up and I read this fucking bullshit.
Jesus.
And I want to talk about it, and I want to talk about the implications of it. Because a lot of people aren't seeing the bigger picture. And we're about to take a look at the whole thing. Twitch has new branded content guidelines. So that
yeah, I told you.
Stream. And I want to dispel the illusion. We're gonna probably have to repeat myself 5 times about this. I want to dispel the illusion that Twitch is doing this for the viewer. Twitch
it's not.
is doing this.
Obviously not.
Maintain a complete monopoly through the new system that they're planning on implementing to allow streamers to connect with brands. So what they're doing is they're removing things like, take a look at this, burned in display ads. Do you know why they're trying to remove this? It's so they can do it themselves and monopolize the profits at over 50% from the content creator.
Jesus Christ. Like, this is so shocking to me. Why would Twitch think that this is a good idea? This is so ridiculous. Let me see if this person is interesting.
Russia committed a terrifying...
The title's not clickbait. There was a new policy on Twitch that was announced today that will legitimately destroy the platform with the majority...
Yep. I've already talked about this a bit, that all sponsorships will have to be done through Twitch. Ridiculous.
...of streamers choosing to go elsewhere if it goes into effect. Now, this was announced like 3 or 4 hours ago, but I decided to wait a little bit to see what Twitch would respond with, because the backlash has been... Everyone is rightfully furious.
Oh my god.
I just kind of wanted to let it all simmer, let Twitch kind of marinate...
Simmer down.
...cauldron here and see how they would respond to all of it. So I went and played basketball, which is why I'm very sweaty right now, and I've just got home, and it turns out...
Good for you, physical activity.
I expected them to respond with something like, our sincerest apologies. Earlier this afternoon, we were coming down with a severe case of big fucking idiot disease.
True.
Turns out one of our employees replaced our water with plutonium and stupid juice. So we had radioactive brain rot when we came up with this idea. We're scrapping it. We're sorry. That's what I expected. But
wow, you expected wrong.
I went with a very pathetic attempt to save face and backpedal. So we're just going to go over this whole situation from top to bottom here.
Oh my god, amazing.
Twitch has put sponsored content and branded content in the crosshairs to try and fucking slap. So formats permitted with the new guidelines on branded content on Twitch are logos on stream. So branded overlays are limited to 3% of screen size at most. So any branded overlays can only be 3% of screen.
This is actually pretty sad, by the way, because I don't have that many viewers, and some of the viewers said, I like watching you on Twitch, you know? So technically speaking, if I would multi-stream on here, the page, and on Twitch, I would probably get more viewers total, you know? But no, Twitch is now apparently getting even more anal about that. So... amazing. Great.
Size. That means, like, if you have a G Fuel sponsorship or something, you can only have, like, G Fuel in the 3% of your screen area. You can no longer have burned in video ads, meaning you can't play like your own ads during it or ads of another brand that's working with you. You also can't have display ads, so like banner ads, which is a big one because a lot of sponsored game streams require banner ads, which completely removes that, which is a huge hit to most streamers. We'll get into the specifics in a moment. And then you can't have audio ads played during streams. Now they clarify what is allowed, which is branded panels on the channel page or showcasing products in the stream background or links to other sites that promote things, discussing, endorsing, or unboxing products, and playing sponsored games. The last one's a little silly considering that when you play sponsored games, part of that package almost always includes at least one of the things that is now forbidden.
True.
With the new policy changes they're toying around with. Now all of these are huge changes. A lot of streamers have talked about this. I've talked about this. The vast majority of revenue a streamer generates is through sponsorships, whether it's sponsored game deals for like X amount of hours streaming a game, or just ancillary partnerships with other brands that you will promote during your stream. That's where the majority of streamers' revenue comes from. Like,
well, I don't get sponsorships. My viewers are my sponsors, okay? I'm just gonna say this right now. Also, we're fighting a boss, so you are my sponsors, so please consider, you know, please consider give me a donation because I don't get sponsorships. As you can imagine, I'm not quite at the size at which I am, you know, I'm not the sponsorship deal kind of size. As you can probably imagine. Help me escape the curse of being a hobbyist. You're my only hope. When it comes to running away from the hobby curse. Okay, we're almost there.
I'm not ready yet.
There you go. There we have it. Oh. Too much junk. Wait, hold on. How do I get rid of... Okay, we're gonna throw it all away. Run away from the H-Stiller, true. Hello, Mike Sanders. Hello, Mike Sanders, and join the page and help me not be a hobbyist, is what I have to tell you. My most important message.
All of the top 500 streamers, that is their biggest driver of revenue. Subs and donations are a small part compared to sponsorships. So Twitch targeting that is like the only decision they could make that legitimately would drive all of their top 500 streamers elsewhere if they can no longer pursue partnerships comfortably on the platform.
True.
This is a
I don't have
platform
partnership.
destroying moment. This is up there with Tumblr banning porn, or that day that OnlyFans decided they were going to ban porn. It is it's Armageddon for the platform. This would sink Twitch, without exaggeration. Let's talk about some
would or will.
Tournaments, video game tournaments, or even just any general events could no longer function on Twitch because for those tournaments to
Thank you, fake Alec Kyle Parker, for helping me to run away from my hobbyist status. This stream is sponsored by fake Alec Kyle Parker brand, adult male diapers. Very nice, very nice. We are not on Twitch, so we are allowed to push this sponsorship.
exist, they have sponsors. And as part of those sponsorship packages, the events, like a Smash event or a Valorant event, are obligated to play those sponsored ads during the event, which has now entered Santa Claus's naughty list here on Twitch. It's illegal. You're going to the fucking slammer, you're going to jail if you play a sponsored ad during your stream from these policies.
Oh my god.
So let's take, for example, Valorant. Valorant has an eBay deal. So during intermission in between games and Valorant broadcasts, they play eBay ads. Not anymore. Not anymore, Buster. You can't do that shit yet, you outlaw. Listen here, Bubba. No.
So far, I'm having fun. Like, I'm still in the part from the beta, right? I still haven't gone further than the part that was on the beta. My advice is that if you're still on the fence, watch me play it some more and see if you like what you see, right? I've already bought it, so, you know, I am having fun playing the game. Like, I'm not gonna pretend I'm not having fun playing this game. But I still have not gone to the end game, etc. And it is an expensive game, so maybe just watch me play a bit longer, and if you feel like you don't like what you're seeing, then, you know. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, like, as far as advice goes, for, you know, for you to, like, maybe watch me play it a bit longer and, you know. Like, I sort of bought it to be able to stream it. So there was a big consideration that I had when deciding to buy the game, right? And that was also, interestingly enough, that was a piece of advice that Shark300 gave to me when it came to how to stream, how to be a better streamer. He actually told me to invest all of the money that I get from streaming into getting all the new games that people are into and stream them, so that will get me more people to watch, and that will hopefully get me more money, and with that money I'll be able to sort of get back the money that I've used to buy the games, and so on and so forth. That was at least Shark's advice when it comes to the gaming part of my streams. Which of course is not taking into consideration that I also stream retro games like Drakengard or old Resident Evil games, etc. But that's neither here nor there, right? I've been watching YouTube reviews and people either love it or hate it. Well, so far I'm just okay with it, if that makes sense. I'm not hyper in love with it. Maybe that's because I've played a lot of beta and I've played with a hardcore character and I died a lot. But yeah, I think it's a nice game, but I think that if you're on the fence, you should just watch it more. I don't hate it, that's for sure. I do not hate the game. And of course, I still would recommend that you join the page so that you can be in the amazing side chat. If you join the page, you will be able to use emotes that I have drawn myself. Okay. So yeah, that is basically my reasoning when it comes to Diablo 4. I'm playing a sorcerer, by the way. So I'm playing a magic ranged character. I will say that they did a nice job with making the classes unique and distinct.
No more of that shit. Now, there's something very interesting to note here is that YouTube actually has a similar policy that a lot of people are bringing up to compare the two right now. But Twitch's enforcement and the way that they spoke about it seems very different than the enforcement of YouTube. And from everything I've read, YouTube doesn't really enforce this policy even at all to begin with. It's just kind of there as a blanket in case things get exploited or misused. But either way, there is something comparable on YouTube, but not nearly as egregious or as frightening as what Twitch is proposing.
Right.
Now, when this policy change first got announced, we immediately tried reaching out to as many people as possible for some clarity, because the way that it reads seems like it's going to have a massively detrimental impact on our esports org, Moist Esports, thanks to the way we do our watch parties. And from all of the information we've gathered, it seems like we're in some fucking hot water there, which is not good. Opera GX sponsors our esports team. And as part of that sponsorship deal, during our watch parties when we're cheering on our teams, we play our own custom Opera GX ads that we made ourselves with green screen, like where I'm a pirate or a fisherman, those kind of really goofy over-the-top ads. We play those. But now that whole concept is more forbidden than human transmutation in Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh my god.
We can't do that anymore, which is a huge...
Oh, what a comparison.
Since Opera GX pays us under the expectation that we're also going to be doing those ads during our watch parties, which we can't do anymore. We also have a banner ad for Opera GX during the watch parties, which we can't use anymore. So the main two things Opera GX is sponsoring our esports org for is been banished to the fucking Shadow Realm. So what are they paying us for if we're to continue doing watch parties on Twitch? And it's entirely out of our control. It's not like we're choosing not to fulfill our obligations with Opera GX. Twitch just wouldn't allow us to, or else my channel would get banned on Twitch for doing
Uh-oh.
Now, Opera GX has been an extraordinary partner. I don't think they'd actually drop us for it, but they would have every reason to, because they wouldn't be able to get what they were paying for with our esports org and our watch parties anymore, because Twitch isn't allowing it in its current state, at least not as it stands from their first pass of this policy. It's just so fucked up. Now, it's not just, our esports org or, top streamers or anything like that. It's any streamer that would pursue sponsorships, which is a lot of them. Big and small streamers, all of them alike, do rely on sponsorships. And this
I don't have any sponsorships.
It fucks everyone in the face all the same.
I don't have any sponsorships, actually.
Greedy and corrupt, degenerate decision from Twitch. It is fucking disgusting. It's definitely worth mentioning that I have seen some arguments being made where Twitch might follow YouTube's example here and won't enforce it strictly. Like they might just reserve this policy for bad actors only. And I guess that is entirely possible, but there's just no way of knowing. We just have to wait and see.
Yeah.
But there's very clear ways this could be implemented that hurts every single person who uses the platform. And personally, I feel the reason why they're even making this policy update in the first place isn't necessarily to follow suit with YouTube or something as like a fallback protocol in case there's bad actors misusing branded content somewhere. I feel the reason they're doing it is to try and push all their streamers to do everything through Twitch.
Yep, that's correct.
Sponsorships through their sponsorship programs, so that way they can get a cut of everything. That's how I interpret all this. That's how I feel the motivation behind it is misguided, it's mismanaged, it's completely lost, it's geriatric, it's run by octogenarians, it's out of touch, and it is desperate. It is desperately trying to get its grubby little fingers, just plant these little piggies in each pie that happens on their platform. And that comes right out of the streamer's income. We've already seen them do that with the sub revenue, where they're dropping everyone to 50-50 sub revenue forever, non-negotiable. And now they're doing it for sponsorships because on Twitch, all streamers, a lot of them are doing sponsorships. And when they do, Twitch sees...
I wish I had
sponsorship. Portion of sponsorships done by streamers on their platform, and that makes them furious. They got steam coming out of their ears. So this is their attempt to try and force streamers to comply with Twitch's ad incentive program or their branded content program, such as like the Twitch Bounty Board. The Twitch Bounty Board works kind of like a sponsorship where companies have approached Twitch to do like sponsored game deals, and streamers can go into their bounty board, click and see what's there, and then choose to take a deal where they're getting paid X amount of dollars for X amount of hours. And if they do that, Twitch gets a large portion of that income. To me, it just seems like the direction Twitch is going is do everything through us or else. It's only been 2 months since they made this announcement.
It's pretty explicit, I would say.
Streamers and brands through their sponsored streaming network that they're creating. So it just seems like since Twitch offers this program, it seems like this policy change was supposed to scare streamers away from partnering with brands outside of Twitch's ecosystem here, because Twitch doesn't make any money if you get a brand deal outside of this program, whereas if you use Twitch here for their sponsored streams, Twitch makes money from it. Twitch is really trying to monopolize streamers' income, and this is something Mr. Beast just mentioned on Twitter as well. Twitch just wants to make sure that if any money is generated on their platform, they get a piece of that pie. They want that cake. They're gluttonous. And they're willing to sink as low as humanly possible to get it. It's sickening. This doesn't just affect individual streamers. Like I mentioned, it affects anyone that wants to do events on their platform as well. So let's do another example. Smash tournaments. Smash tournaments rely entirely on sponsorship revenue, like a Papa John's ad or something like that. All of it. All of their money comes from sponsorships, which means banner ads, large screen built-in ads during broadcasts, and even just full commercials during their broadcasts during intermissions. All of those things are no longer allowed if this policy goes through as written. That ruins every single gaming event on Twitch right now, and generally just every single event ever. So like a music festival. Music festival is another great example. Music festivals rely heavily on sponsors too. If you watch a music festival that sometimes get broadcast on Twitch, you'll notice they have their own built-in ads as well that they'll play sometimes, depending on which one you're watching. That's no longer allowed either. So should this policy be pushed through the gates of fucking Mordor here and make it to the platform, every single event organizer is going to leave Twitch because they legitimately will not be able to run on Twitch anymore if they can't play ads from their sponsors. And sponsors aren't going to give money to people or events if they can't have their brand be showcased, like with a banner ad or a normal commercial. If they can't get anything out of it, why the fuck would any of these brands sponsor anything on the platform? It's not going to happen. So all of the event organizers are probably going to go to places like Kick or YouTube, and I imagine most of the streamers will be going to other platforms as well.
Correct.
Part-time. They won't fully invest in Twitch anymore because it's not safe or reliable to do so. Again, Twitch themselves have said, like, most streamers are getting most of their money through sponsorships, and now Twitch is hitting sponsorships. Like, they're reducing their ability to make money through sponsorships. Like, directly impacting them, even after recognizing how important that is to the ecosystem. So most streamers, there will be a mass exodus, I imagine. A lot of streamers have already said that they're going to do that on Twitter in response to this. So streamers are going to go to other platforms so that way they can continue to have these sponsorship opportunities. Like, Twitch is really on the deathbed here. This policy change...
Unless they just change the policy.
Now, I've said this, I've been very open about it. When my Twitch contract ends, and I am doing my best to try and end it early, when it ends, I will be going to other platforms to stream, just to test them all out. I'll still be streaming on Twitch occasionally, but like we
what
can't
platforms are you gonna go
anymore,
to?
which is a big thing that I love to do. So I would like to try streaming on YouTube, for example, which is why I turned on memberships on YouTube here, just in case. So it's one of those things where this is something that will destroy the platform. And Twitch must have recognized that because they did put out a follow-up statement about an hour ago here. And I think it's trash. I think it is a terrible response. Today's branded content policy update was overly broad. This created confusion and frustration, and we apologize for that. We do not intend to limit streamers' ability to enter into direct relationships with sponsors, and we understand that this is an important part of how streamers earn revenue. We wanted to clarify...
Hello, Mike S. Hello. Thank you for joining the page.
...from selling burned-in video and display ads on Twitch, which is consistent with other services. We missed the mark with the policy language and will rewrite the guidelines to be clearer. Thank you for sharing your concerns, and we appreciate the feedback. We'll notify the community once we've updated the language. What a load of horseradish. This is some sour fucking mustard here. Basically just saying, we're sorry you misunderstood us. Yeah, we must use too many big words for your simpleton minds, and it led to too much confusion.
Oh.
We'll make sure to dumb it down into layman's terms going forward.
Thank you so much for the gifted tier 1 sub for Mike S. Mike S can now use emotes that are for subscribers. We will be adding more. Thank you so much, Fake Alec Kyle Parker, as always.
Well, that's just not the case. It's not like you put out a broad statement that had a lot of misinterpretation or misconstruing of the information. You laid out pictures. Like, you literally made it as simple and specific as possible, down to exact percentages of how much it could take up on screen. 3%. That's not...
I'm gonna say, so far, for me, Diablo is fun. But once again, we're just at the start. Let's just, watch it a bit further.
Like, you specifically laid it all out with fucking pictures. Like, I don't know why they're trying to play this angle that it was just too broad and confusing and people misunderstood it. You made it clear what your intention was. I don't think there was any misunderstanding here. This is just a really sad attempt to try and save face, like, oh, no, we didn't mean what you guys are saying. No, we meant something totally different. Brother, you laid out a picture book of the new policy changes. Like, it doesn't get more clear than that. Now, again, this is just very obvious backpedaling here, but at least just own it. Just be like, hey, guys, look, we fucked up. We're lost. We don't know what we're doing at Twitch, guys. Look, everything's on fire over here. Employees are getting let go left and right. Our CEO's 96 years old. He's a fucking fossil. Like, we just don't know what's going on. We can't steer the ship correctly.
Oh, come on.
We fucked up with this idea. We're just desperately trying.
That's a bit mean. Come on, don't do the ageism. Have you played all the previous Diablos? Yes. In fact, I have played them all on stream in preparation for Diablo 4 beta. I've played and finished Diablo 1 on stream. I have played and finished Diablo 2 on stream. And I have played and finished Diablo 3 on stream before the Diablo 4 beta started. So if you want to see me play any of the previous Diablo games, you can just watch me stream a playthrough. But I must admit, out of all the Diablo games, in my life I have played Diablo 1 the most. I think Diablo 1 is the Diablo game I have played the most. I have played it on PC when it was new. I have played Diablo 1 on the PlayStation, on the original PlayStation. I've really played Diablo 1 a lot. Remember, Twitch is owned by Amazon. Yeah, that is indeed a thing worth remembering.
A couple more doubloons out of the platform and don't know how. Like, at least that would have been honest. As opposed to going down this path where it's like, sorry, it was confusing and you guys didn't understand us. And then the ultimate cherry on top of the shit cake is they still, in their response, don't explain what they're doing. They're still not explaining what the new policy is doing. They're just saying, okay, we'll rewrite it. Okay, but so what did we get wrong? What did we misunderstand then? The only thing they add even a little bit of clarity to is that it's supposed to target third-party ad networks. Like, I suppose there's some companies that have programs that will pump branded content onto some streams, and it kind of competes with Twitch's own built-in display ads. It's something I've never heard of and had to do some serious digging to find, because it's not exactly a prevalent issue on the platform from everything I'm reading, but there are a couple of companies that will pump their own ads onto streamers' streams, like burn in ads onto their streams. And when those pop up during a stream, that makes money for that third-party company, not Twitch, and sometimes the streamer gets a kickback from that as well, but it's not like a true sponsorship partnership deal. It's like a ad network having their own, basically having their own display ads on Twitch without it being Twitch display ads, if that makes sense. It's very niche. Like, if that truly was what they were trying to target, this is a very overblown response and exaggerated reaction to it. They went nuclear on it with this whole song and dance they've made out of it. It's very clear Twitch wants to facilitate every sponsorship deal through their platform so they get a cut of it. They've announced like the ad incentive program, as well as they even have their own new branded content program to get sponsorships through them.
Exactly. I've heard about it already.
So they want to make sure that streamers are kind of forced into using those programs, so that way Twitch can get more money out of them. As opposed to having their own agents, their own managers, or their own connections to these brands to work directly with them, where Twitch doesn't see any money from those sponsorships. It's very clear why they want
really transparent.
It's just a fucked up thing to do. and it ruins the whole platform by trying to implement this policy because no one's going to stay there. There's competition. Twitch isn't the only platform for streaming. You can go elsewhere, and many streamers will and are actively. Even with a full walk back here, and they like completely just eat shit publicly and say like, look, we're not going down this path anymore. Everything's going to stay the same. You can still do sponsorships, no problem. Even if they do that, the trust is gone. Most streamers are still going to look elsewhere because Twitch has shown their hand. They've shown their whole ass here.
True.
Twitch is more than comfortable not only taking money away from streamers' sub revenue, but just taking money away from streamers in general across the board, even on things they have no part in, which is sponsorships. Like if a creator gets their own sponsorship, they should have full reign, full rights to do whatever they want with it when streaming.
Oh my god.
Getting a cut of sponsorship deals that you yourself are getting, or your manager or team or whatever is getting. That is outrageous. That is such a fucking overreach, and it's disgusting. The greed has single-handedly destroyed Twitch. I don't know how it bounces back. Like, the reputation is beyond ruined. And like I mentioned, even if a full walk back on everything here takes place, I still see a ton of streamers streaming elsewhere. Maybe not full-time, but they'll dip their toes into plenty of other platforms just to try them out because it's not safe to commit fully to being on Twitch. There's no reason to be exclusive on Twitch anymore. That's just not something most people will want to do going forward, I bet. So yeah, I just want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. So, yep.
Correct. Okay, we're gonna play just a little bit more of Diablo and then I'll go to bed. As you can see, this is pretty wacky news. I'm not sure if I should continue, if I should even do the multi-streaming. You can tell me in the chat if I should do the multi-streaming with Twitch or not. Go to sleep now? Wait, I should go to sleep now? I wanted to show Mike S some more of the game. To make the choice easier for Mike S, you know? Wait, what? Holy crap. Oh. We'll be streaming tomorrow as well, so you might see some more Diablo. Okay, if it's okay for me to go to sleep, then I shall go to sleep. Ah, okay. I feel like I somehow managed to make the game appealing to you. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not entirely sure. Here's your money. Sleep now. Thank you so much for the $10, fake Alec Kyle Parker. We shall go to the city and we shall log off and we shall go to sleep. Okay. Hey, stream, can you please draw my PFP? Of course. Next stream will be tomorrow, which is actually today because it's already 3 a.m. So next stream we will be drawing your profile picture. That is actually a really good idea. I have to look up what exact size a profile picture needs to be in pixels for Discord because I don't remember, but we shall be doing this. See you again. I hope you'll be here tomorrow for the stream. I'll try to prepare more stuff than there was prepared for today. I think we have touched up on the most important and really pressing topic to discuss, which is the destruction of the dam, the genocidal action of Russia. I think that's like the most important. So see you. Good night and love and solidarity, which as always I will be typing in the chats. Oh, I have to log in for this. Love and solidarity. In here. Okay. So, good night or good morning. I'll see you. I press end stream.